Hello, hello. Oh, sorry, my saying. Hi, welcome back. Yes, welcome back. Sorry, I needed to get my sheet together. Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. I hope you guys are all having a great day. We are back with the next set of text message readings that I'm doing with Kenzie and Dom. We are in March. We officially reached that yesterday. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let me say hello to everyone, get settled in, make sure I'm good on my end. You guys can see me, hear me, all of the things. I think we're good. I appreciate all the support. Shout out to all the new subscribers and members. I know I'm lacking on the members only probably tomorrow. I didn't have enough time today. So, hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. So we left off in March, but I actually wanted to go back to a 2020 text that I saw between Kenzie and Dom. Let's talk about it. It's very eerie. I'm going to say hello to everyone. Please make sure you hit the like button. Welcome to my house. We like to remain respectful here. We like to support the Russo family and the Flanagans. We will be going through text messages that are, I know sometimes seems like an invasion of privacy, but I think that it gives us a great look into Dom and Mackenzie's relationship. And I think that they will play, as they have played a role, they will play a bigger role when she gets to go up for in front of the parole board in October of 2037, I think. Maybe November. Um, Nonetheless, let's get to it. I have read these before. So, for those of you who have been here for a while, know that I have already read through these. This will be our third time covering this. Yes. I have been covering this case since before the documentary dropped, before I even knew it was a thing. I started in late of 2024. So, there's a lot of videos. I have 3 playlists. One includes the jail calls that I obtained myself or used from other sources, and one with no commentary. And then I have another one where we're doing a new text reading. And then I have a case playlist. So there's a lot of content, Kenzie content of this case. So you can go in there and take a look for yourself. I want to go through, I'm going to say hello to everyone. And then whatever, dude. I'm going to show you guys a text from 2020. We are in March of 2021, but I've been reviewing as I'm going to be dropping clips and stuff. Make sure you do follow on all socials, TikTok, X, Instagram. So I am trying to expand on those platforms if you are on there. But I'm gonna pull up a text from 2020 that I think is a little freaky. Let's get started. I'm gonna say hello to everyone and then we can get started. I saw Sane in here and then Bandit Crease. Hello, hello. Hello. Thank you, PG, for becoming a member. And Christy for becoming a member. I appreciate that very much so. And Miss Lindy. Shout out to you guys. It's a great way to help and support and get into the members only. Thank you for being here. I see with Dan. Okay, hello, Carolina, Alexa, Prefer, Nemo, Crease, Evie, Sane, Heather, Christy, Chantel, Jen. Okay. And hello, Edith from New Mexico. Thank you. Yeah, please make sure you guys hit the like. It's free and it's a great way to help support. Hello, Insta Justice. And thank you to Beautifully Broken for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you. Welcome new members. That is a great gift, especially when we're about to do a really good Kenzie members only. I'll give you a little sneak peek. We're going to go over like psychic stuff and other stuff that I haven't talked about on lives regarding like the documentary and just some like behavior I see in this whole Kenzie saga of everyone covering it. Because like for me, it's weird. It's weird because we've been covering it here for before the Netflix documentary dropped. So now that it's number one and everyone's talking about it, it's like, okay, that's really cool, like that everyone's talking about it. But it's like, wait, we've already been there. Like we know what's going on. So I appreciate everyone who has been here since the beginning of this coverage. It really speaks volumes, you know, that we're true crime junkies. We have a problem. That's okay. We're not hurting anyone. And we're super into this case. And we have, like I said, there's a whole playlist. So let's get started with um 2020. There's one text that I want to share with you guys. Um okay. Wait, is this the same? Oh no, wait. My bad. This is the text we're going through. I want to show you this other text from 2020. Mm, okay, this is a screenshot. So, you know how we're like reading through all these texts, right? And we're learning all about the case. And we've been reviewing police reports and stuff, but I've been digging through them like also on my spare time. And I'm finding stuff that I either missed the first time or didn't question. And I will play fair. I will play devil's advocate. I know people say like, "Oh, well, what about Dom and like what he did?" I'm getting a lot of that in the comments, and that's fine. Cuz fair game, right? Again, I don't think it negates what Kenzie did to what he was doing. So I just want to remain respectful on those terms, but I'm open for discussion on it with an open mind for sure. Um So, okay. This text is from February 18th, 2020, which we have already gone through. So you can go find that on the playlist. But this text I wanted to share because we're very spiritual here, very, very I'm very much that on my channel, and I hope that reflects on it because it is important to me for you guys to know who I am. And I have been part of the system. I have been in a toxic relationship. I have been toxic. I know what this is like, and I can be truthful about that. And so I think that's why I am so into this case as well. But this set of text messages is from February 18th, 2020. And Kenzie says, I had one of my reoccurring dreams. She says, I always have weird signs in my dreams. Both my dreams give me such bad vibes. And Dom is responding to her, like, oh, like, well, what did you dream? Like, you should look it up. And she says, like, every couple of nights, I dream about me getting picked up in a helicopter. It's weird. So Kenzie texted Dawn this, like, this is what she's been dreaming for, like, it's happened before, which is really, really eerie. Mackenzie Shirilla text, like every couple of night I dream about me getting picked up in a helicopter. It's weird. This is 2 years before the crash, and she does end up getting picked up by a helicopter. She ends up being life flighted. Um, and it's just really weird that this is a thread in their text messages. I had missed that before when we went through these the first time. She says, like, every night I dream about me getting picked up in a helicopter. She left the crime scene in a helicopter being life flighted. Dom didn't. And she doesn't include him in here either. Mm, yeah, I think that's a little creepy. Um, hmm. Kenzie was dreaming about this, and so I think this was like a sign, something telling Dom to not be in this relationship. Unfortunately, at this point in time, I don't think anyone could see that, but this is really creepy. 2020. So, like I said, 2 years before the crash. Um, well, that's eerie, right? Ever since the documentary, everyone's come out of the woodwork, says PG. I know. That's fine. Oh, who's getting all mad? Thank you, PG, for gifting a membership. I know that was a little bit ago. I missed it. So let me go back and see who got that. Sometimes it lets me. Siba got it. Thank you, PG. I appreciate you. Melly is great at sleuthing. Yes, please hit the like button. That's creepy. Mind your business. It's already everyone's into it, so it's not like I'm the only one doing something bad. That's creepy. I know, right? That's what I thought too. I thought for sure that was creepy. Not creepy in like I'm scared. I think creepy in like some people might not be aware of like the spiritual aspect of this, or you may not believe in it, which is fine. Um, but I do, and this is just it rubbed me away. It rubbed me away for sure. Um, oh, we're getting a lot of Kenzie trolls. Hi Vanjie, hi Taz. I've been telling everyone to visit this channel. Thank you. Hey. It's super eerie, creepy callers. Yeah. Okay, let's get into that. So that was from 2020. Let's get into the text messages that we left off on yesterday, which is March of 2021. And thank you for those of you who are saying you tell people about my channel. I really appreciate that. I really do. Okay. So here we go. Let me zoom in. Oh, let me fix my screen. Oh yeah, it's already good. Okay. Please make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Let me take a drink of my water. Shout out to all the replay viewers. Okay. We left off on March 1st of 2021. And you guys already seen a little fight over Valentine's Day. Been talking about the dog a lot. And I'm like, guys, you don't even know the half of it. Listen to Melly. Thank you, Whitney. I appreciate that. Okay, so she says, "Good morning, babe. I love you so much." At 6:30 a.m. She says, "Babe, I was looking at snaps of me just smoking my one hitter 2 years ago, and I literally don't even feel like that's me. I don't even remember it. It's like so weird." Okay, wait. So this is 2021. She says 2 years, so that would be 2019. She was having behavioral issues. We did go over those police reports or supplementary police reports, whatever they're called. Um, I don't know. I'm catching on to some things that I'm questioning now that we know more and that the families have spoken out. I did interview Dom's sister, Christine. If you guys didn't know, please make sure you guys check out that video. It's under the videos tab. I actually emailed her, I think the day that the Netflix documentary dropped. So she was smoking back then. We know that. It's like I'm looking at a totally different person. It almost makes me uncomfortable, she says. I'm not a mental health like professional, but I am an advocate for it. I've talked about mental health a lot here before. I feel like Kenzie gives off like BPD sometimes. She says, I don't know, it feels weird. Oh, I zoomed in too much. Dom says, people change, babe. I don't know. I don't feel the same either, he says. You just got to change into something better. Kenzie says, I don't even know how, babe. I don't want to give, I'm not like defending Kenzie. You guys know that. You guys know how I feel, but I feel like she also had some stuff going on. And I don't want to not like respect that because, like, clearly she does have some issues going on, right? My opinion only, Kenzie has some behavioral issues from a very young age. She has an eating disorder. She's been using substances since a very young age, which means sometimes you just don't know how to deal with stress, right? Especially not as a child. I know we live in a very different world right now in 2026, but back then, like, I don't even think people talked about mental health like people talk about it now. And so I don't want to seem like I'm just here to defend one side because I see both aspects of it and I understand that it takes two to tango, right? Like it takes two to participate in a relationship like this. Um, but at the end of the day, like Kenzie committed this crime and she is doing the time for it. And so I try to remain as respectful as I can, but I think she had definitely something wrong with her. Maybe not. Some people think she's just evil and fair. I think she's evil too. I think the spiritual side of me thinks there's something there going on, but that is not this is not the time for that. Um to speak about that. That would probably be on the members only. Because I do think there's a whole spiritual thing to it. And Kenzie was into that. If you know, you know. Kenzie was into, I mean, you saw in the Netflix documentary where she goes out there with the pendulum with Dom's dad. I mean, unless you really know about that stuff, then, it's something else. And so it's an important conversation, but I also think Kenzie was somewhat off behaviorally. But let's continue. She says, I don't even know how, babe. Like I was looking at my memories, it was just so weird. It's like, how come on nothing like that? I don't know if I want to be like that or it's good that I changed. Dom says, well, you're 16. You're young, babe. Who knows? That's still you. The person is still in you. Kenzie says, like, it doesn't even look like me though. This is a really weird conversation, right? Like, I don't know what's going on right now, but like, this is a very, we just covered the text message about the helicopter. So Kenzie had been having dreams about her being picked up by a helicopter, and now they're talking in a text message thread about like how they don't see themselves as who they used to be. It could just be teenagers and hormones. Like, sure, there's that. We were all some kind of teenager. Mackenzie's parents are to blame for much of their behavior. The parents dumped the responsibility of raising Mackenzie on Dom. Dom was still trying to find his way. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you, love. She was airlifted, right? Yeah, a child with no boundaries, says Perfer. Yes, Alsani, she was airlifted. Mm, who's tripping? Just a little bit we see from her parents. I think she has mental problems from just being, and I think that's important too. I think like in some aspects she got failed. She was failed too. Like maybe she didn't know how to. Maybe her parents didn't know how to give her the help she needed. They thought by being her friend that maybe that would help. Um, but sometimes, you do need professional help. And then on top of that, that's hard to access, right? Like we're not gonna get into like politics. We don't do politics. We only do true crime. But like there's a whole can you even pay and afford and get mental health treatment? Like it's hard, it's expensive. It's not fair. It's not a fair world when it comes to that. But you know, anyways, let's get back to the text messages. But I do feel like something was definitely wrong. He said that person is still in you. Like it doesn't even look like me though. Dom says you're just going through changes. Kenzie says, I don't know, babe. I'm really uncomfortable. Like I hate this. Dom says, dude, my stomach hurts. Now it hurts super bad. Kenzie says, OMG. What do you think it's from? Dom says, I don't know. It hurts though. Kenzie says, oh, I wish I could come help. Dom says, it's okay, babe. It's subsiding a little. Kenzie says, make sure you eat, babes, and drink water. Dom says, okay, babes. He sends an emoji. He says, babe, what's the best app to resell clothes? She says, what kind of colors or what kind of clothes? Typo. Depot, Depop is pretty good too. Dom says, like old clothes. I want to sell my old clothes and sneakers. She says, yeah, Depop, it's like a vintage thing. Dom says, I might make Instagram marketplace for sneakers. She says that could also work. Dom says it's just confusing. Kenzie says, yeah, for real. I'm about to go back to class. Dom says, okay, love you, babe. She says, love you too, babe. That was at 10:24 a.m. Then at 1:40, she says, what are you doing today? She says, babe, babe. He's not responding. So she keeps sending the same thing. Babe. Then she says, okay, I'm gonna go to the mall with Haley at 10:45 p.m. Or I'm sorry, 2:10 p.m. Then she says, you give me anxiety when you don't answer. Oh, beautifully broken. Thank you. I love you and appreciate you. You gifted 10 more memberships. That's really nice. Please make sure you guys drop some hearts and say thank you to Beautifully Broken. 10 new members. Derek, Marsha, Alex. I just saw that. Amber. Yeah, welcome all new members. It'll be nice to see you guys in the members only. Thank you, Beautifully Broken. She says, you give me anxiety when I don't answer. What is this like attachment thing she has with Dom? She says, you give me anxiety when you don't answer. She says, I can't call, babe. I only could for a sec. I'm in class. Dom says, sorry, forgot my phone in the laundry room. Kenzie says, are you okay? She says, babe, at 2:17 p.m. Dom says, yeah, why? LOL. She says, I just get scared when you don't answer. I'm about to get some stuff from the mall, maybe. Dom says, great. Or grab me some white tank tops. Kenzie says, I will. She says, medium. Dom says, yeah. And some undies too. He says, what are you doing now at 5:01 p.m.? She says, we're waiting for Haley's dad to drop money off. Bessie is asking for 3 joints. LMAO. Dom says, LOL. Kenzie says, so you need a white tank top and underwear. What store do you want me to get it from? Dom says, probably Macy's, Get Polo, maybe more PSD underwear. We are rolling half an ounce if you want to smoke it. Oh, a half ounce cone if you want to smoke it. Kenzie says, I'm going to use the money that you put on my card. Okay. And medium in both, right? She says, Dom? Question mark, question mark, question mark. He says, yeah. She says, okay, what type of underwear? What are you doing? She says, babe. Babe, he's not responding. Dom says, smoking a huge wood. Kenzie says, I want to smoke at 7:30 p.m. So she ends up going over there and then it jumps to the next morning. She says, good morning, babe, on March 2nd. At 6:29 a.m., she sends an audio message. Dom says, love you. He says, how is school, babe? She says, going good, did a haircut. Faith doesn't know when to stop talking. I don't think she stopped talking one time. I hope that's not the Faith in the documentary. Well, I think it might be that she's talking about. Time flies, huh? Yeah, time does fly. Thank you, Asani. Hey, Kate Levinson. I have a lot to say about Rosie that might be included in the numbers only. Like, I'm sick of it. But this is interesting because Faith it does defend her in the documentary now, and I get it. This was back in 2021. Dom says, like, about you, or is she just yapping? Kenzie says, just talking about the most annoying shit ever. She's so fucking annoying. Dom says, LMAO. Kenzie says, Mr. Sereno a dick. I'm so pissed. Dom says, what did he do? Kenzie says, then he kept just calling me out and making jokes about me while I'm just trying to clean my area because it was effing gross. I was cleaning off the table because it was disgusting. And he straight up called me out for no reason and was like, well, get started when the Easter Bunny sits down. Oh, we'll get started when the Easter Bunny sits down. And then people laughed like the fuck. And I said, I'm gonna sit down when I finish cleaning. And then he's like, oh, you're having issues too? You're so selfish using what? He's like, "Oh, you're using the tissues too? You're so selfish using all the tissues. Like, he really was just a dick for no reason. I feel like I need to have one of those buttons. Interesting, because remember Steve-O says in TMZ, like, "Oh, she's a good behaved kid. One time I went to school and blah, 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 and I told her, 'Let's get out of here.'" It seems like Kenzie was having a lot of behavioral issues, so someone's not being very honest, whether it's Steve or Natalie Shirilla. Kenzie says, like, "I'm for real mad. The fact he left people just let people just laugh at me too? Hell nah. I told everyone, 'Look, I look good.'" Dom says, "Yeah, what a dick. I just tell him to get a life." Kenzie says, "Then as he called me rude for texting you." Dom says, "Just tell him to stop picking on you so much. You're gonna think he likes you or something. And that would make you uncomfortable." Kenzie says, "LMAO." He says, "Sereno got a crush on you." Kenzie says, "I'm so mad." Dom says, "Yeah, maybe just ask to use the bathroom and go chill on lunch or study hall." Kenzie says, "I'm going to Miss Jan car, but Megan's in the class." Dom says, "I don't know." He says, my phone on 9 and I'm at the doctor's. I can't be texting." Kenzie says, "Are you okay? Why are you there?" Dom says, "My ankle." She says, "That test?" She says, "Oh, F. Tell me how it goes." Dom says, "What test?" She says, "I'm worried." "For your brain." Dom says, "Oh, nah." Kenzie says, "LMAO." Dom says, "I don't need that anymore. I have perks." Kenzie sends an emoji. He's gonna get like a brain scan or what? I'm curious, but whom did ever the gas station picks is beautiful? Then Makila did that, the same gas station. I'm almost sure it was Kendall. Hey girl, thank you so much for going over the text. I'm just getting started. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Hey guys. Kenzie's love was conditional. Never what can I do for you, but always what can you do for me? Dom, friends, and family. Hmm. She sends an emoji. Dom sends an emoji back. She says, no. Dom says, okay, there's saying it's definitely a pinched nerve. Kenzie says, bruh, how? Dom says, I need to see a specialist ASAP or it could be permanent. He says, if I can't play basketball, I'll be salty. Kenzie says, WTF? How did that even happen? Dom says, I don't know. Kenzie says, what are you going to do? Can I come over after school? Babe? He says, yeah, at 12:53 p.m. She says, okay, bet. I want to leave. She says, I'm mad AF. Dom says, it's only like another hour. Just stay. Well, about an hour exactly. Kenzie says, and then she starts sending him links for clothes and jewelry. She says, babe, I need this. So she doesn't want to stay in school. And then she's like, Dom, buy me this, buy me this. Mm. What, you guys can't see it? Who's having technical difficulties? Oh, Monica. I was like, me? Nas Nastily is at it again. Yeah, she is. She says, babe, I need this. Dom says, LOL, why, babe? Kenzie says, because it's really cute. And it's gonna be worth hella. Because it's only there for 24 hours. That was on that was at 2:15. Then she says at 5:20, hi baby. Dom says, hi babe. She says, what are you doing now? She says, I'm in the Rev. Dom says, about to smoke a wood. She says, jealous, I'm about to get condado. Dom says, nice. Kenzie says, I want to smoke. Dom says, I'm about to smoke. Kenzie says, I want to. She says, they dipped. Babe, at 8:09 p.m. She says, baby boy. Dom says, what's up? She says, I need to study for my test and pick an outfit, but I'm so tired and so drained. Today was rough but I want to come over also. I just have so much to do. Dom says, do your stuff. You need to get it done. Kenzie says, I need to pick an outfit though, babe. I don't even know. Dom says, babe, I don't know. She says, I really don't want to go to school today. The next day at 6:21 a.m. She says, I want to skip school and cuddle today. Dom says, what are you doing at school? She says, I don't know. She says, we all failed a test, so we have to retake. Dom says, I don't know, babe. You figure it out. Kenzie sends a picture of her test. She says, that's my friend's or something of a test. She says, I'm a cheat. Remember in the documentary when Natalie's like, oh my God, she gets good grades. She's so smart. We know that Dom paid people to do Kenzie's homework. And Kenzie cheats all the time. So yeah, God, I hate the way Kenzie talks. So she says, I'm a cheat. Dom says, lit. She says, I'm going to have my mom get the money off my card today. Dom says, what money? At 7:34 a.m. Kenzie says, what are you doing? At 9:47. Dom says, at the crib, about to shower soon. Kenzie says, I'm getting my hair done. Dom says, nice. He says, I'm going to probably go to Walmart, get my phone activated again, figure out some other shit to do. Kenzie says, babe, I really need a new haircut and new clothes. I feel so weird. Again, why is she not going to her parents? Dom is not her parents. Dom shouldn't be worried about this. Like about making sure she gets her hair cut and new clothes. I don't know. I just feel some type of way about that. Even though he didn't mind paying, Natalie's so ignorant. The dad is too if they are gypsies, they're related cousins. Her teachers probably passed her because they didn't want to deal with her. I believe that. Mercedes, people paid me in university to write a paper for them. Yeah, that's university though. At that point, you've made it to some extent. Kenzie can't even get through high school by herself. She says, babe, I need a new haircut. I feel so weird. Dom says, did you mistype that? She says, yes. Dom says, what do you mean you need new clothes? Or you feel weird in new clothes? Kenzie says, I need new clothes. And I feel weird. Dom says, maybe you should make a rule that you only get new clothes when you sell the old ones. Because if not, then you're just going to have to buy new clothes so much. Kenzie says, well, babe, I have an emotional connection like to half of my clothes. Hmm. I guess I kind of do too, but to an extent. Kenzie says, like, I don't wear half of the shit. I just can't get rid of it. She says, bruh, snap me right now. ASAP. Dom says, you didn't snap me anything. Should we go smoke at Whips today or something? Or do you think Whips is too muddy? Kenzie says, I'm down and I don't care about mud. Haha. Dom says, too muddy. He says, not mud. Are you at school? He says. She says, yes. Dom says, leave early and let's go to Whips. Kenzie says, okay, bet. I'm wearing nice shoes though. I'm gonna have to change. Haha. I'll leave after I take my final. That's really important. Dom says, when is that? Come after next period or something. She says, I don't know. I'll let you know. I'm about to take a test right now. If I can't, I'll I'll bong. If I can't, I'll bong. Dom says, okay. Oh, she says, I'll come. He says, if you can't, what? She says, you scoop though. If I can't test. Dom says, oh, okay. That was at 12:36 p.m. Then they're playing chess. She says, come get me. He says, okay, on the way. She says, bet. Now they're playing chess again. Oh no. This was like a repeat of last night. What the hell? Mm, okay, they're playing chess again. It's March 3rd at night. I wonder why they include those. Because it's 10:52 p.m. She says, "Morning, my little nugget babe," on the 4th at 6:43. He says, "Good morning, love you. Did you have school?" He's playing chess again. She says, "Babe, I'm with Kendra. Do you want to go Boone?" She says, "I have no school today." Dom says, "With both of you?" Kenzie says, "I'm about to be home too." She says, "Sure." Dom says, "Yeah, I don't care. Can I wash my hair first? Give me about an hour or ish." He says, "Yes or no?" She says, "I'm down. We just got to my house." Dom says, "Okay, I'm about to get in the shower." He says, "Play chess real quick." So she plays chess. He says, remember when you farted?" She plays chess. She says, "Don't get don't get my horse." I don't know what that means. Oh, "Don't get my horse in chess." Then she says, "F you. That never happened. Look at Snap." Dom says, "Cutest little babe." He says, oh, he's playing chess. He says, "Had to get the horse." So now she's playing chess again. She says, "Wow." She says, "When you out the shower, let me know, babe." He says, "I'm out the shower. Let me get dressed and stuff, though." She said, "Okay, be quick, babe." Now they're playing chess again. She says, "How long do you think, babe?" She says, "Babe, I'm really worried right now." Dom says, "About what?" She says, "My dad." Dom says, "Oh." He said, "Sorry, Jared's being a bitch again. I was texting him." Because he said, "Apparently he feels worse today." Dom said, "How high is the fever?" "Honestly, babe, 99.9 survival rate." Kenzie says, "99 fever. I'm just worried." Oh, so Steve-O has COVID. Dom says, "That's a baby fever." "He fine." Kenzie said, "Because he's 50. Dom said, "Totally fine." Still totally fine. "COVID is like a sinus infection." Kenzie says, "I'm still worried." And true, but he's in pain. She says, "And when are you going to come, babe?" He says, "I don't know. I'm not dressed yet. And I still got to roll the wood and brush my teeth. So let me get dressed real quick." She says, "Okay, hurry, babe." She says, "I'm drinking tea." Dom says, "Okay." She says, "How long, babe?" He says, "Rolling the wood right now." He says, "Why?" Kenzie says, "Kendra needed to leave at like 1:40 or something around that time." Dom said, "Oh, okay. It's rolled now. About to be on the way." She says, "Okay, bet." She says, "We're ready." Dom says, "I can't find my keys." Kandi said, "Fuck." She says, "Babe?" He says, "Yeah, I know." She says, "Use the spare." Dom says, "I don't have one." Question mark, question mark, question mark. Kandi says, "I thought you did." He says, "I guess we're not going anywhere." She says, "Why?" Dot, 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 sends an emoji. You can't just look for them?" He says, "'Cause I'm still looking for my keys. I've been looking for 20 to 30 minutes." She says, "You have time to look." I would say, "We can come over, but I don't know if I want her at your house." Dom says, "Nah, I'm cool. We'll chill later." She says, "WTF? So you really make me wait, roll a wood, tell me you're done rolling, and then you do this? Like, come on, Dom. It's not that big of a deal." "Nah, the fact that you see it that way, it's weird AF." Dom says, "Sorry, I wasted my time trying to do something." She says, "You're for real rude. Like the fact that you don't see it as chilling with me." quote unquote, taking you and your friend on a boon. The fuck? Dom says, I ain't having to do that. I can go tell Kendra to fuck off. This is my weed. Kenzie says, first of all, you could have said no if you were going to be annoying as shit about it. All you had to say was, I cannot do that. Like, don't say yes and then get mad at me. The fuck? Dom says, bruh, I've been looking for my keys for about half hour. Try that. He says, I'm sweating. Kenzie says, we can come over to your house, bruh. Dom says, and you get mad because I made you wait. I'm not trying to make you wait. Kenzie says, like, we don't have to boon. So for those of you who are new and don't know what booning is when they're driving and smoking. Yes. Driving and smoking. In like, I think like an isolated area, like the scenery, that kind of thing. She says, like, we don't have to boon. Dom says, nah. Kenzie says, I'm mad because we can't go anymore. Dom says, I don't want to make you wait anymore. Kenzie says, after we were waiting for you, you literally said you were coming at 12:15. Like you said you would get ready and be ready. Now it's 1:15. All you had to do was be like, yeah, we can just smoke here because I can't fucking find my keys. You don't have to throw an effing fit. Dom says, okay, I'm going to just spark the wood. She says, without us, you are literally throwing a baby fit over keys. The fact that you said that, why did you even say that to make me upset? I would like to know the reason. Like, you're really going to pull that move on me? You're seriously being childish. I'm so done with you being like this. He's not responding. She says, if it was 1:20, you would want us to hurry and come through. I feel like you're just stalling at this point. Kendra literally lives 5 minutes away. You know that. I can be at your house in 1 minute and then leave and drop Kendra off by 2 and then come back like it's not that big of a deal. Dom says, you literally got mad at me because I can't find my keys. Kenzie says, that's not why. Dom says, I'm just in a bad mood now, for real. Kenzie says, you said you weren't coming anymore. So of course I got mad. Dom says, because I can't find my keys. Kenzie says, nah, you're seriously being annoying. Dom says, okay, cool. She says, like, all you had to do was just let us come over. But now you're in a bad mood and your whole day is ruined. And now because of your keys. It's not your whole day is ruined now because of your keys. Dom says, you know, I don't like people at my house. Kenzie says, so you can't have fun and smoke with me and Kendra? The other house? Dom said, that's 1,000 times worse. Kenzie says, how? In the living room? Question mark. Dom says, I'm done. Kenzie says, you are seriously rude. Dom says, leave me alone till I find my keys or something. She says, like, you just, like, just let us come help you find the keys and then we'll go on the boon. Or I'll just come in and Kendra can wait outside. I could probably find your keys in 4 seconds. Dom says, I thought she got to be back at 1:40. Kenzie says, around 1:40. She needs to be at her house at 2:00. Dom says, it's already 1:30. Kenzie says, okay, question mark. Babe, just let us come now. Like, we could smoke in the car outside. She says, Dom, answer now. He doesn't answer. She says, like, what was that? Why did you just stop talking? She said, okay, just hit me up when you want to chill. Dom says, I'm salty. I just found them. They were in my car, but my car didn't read them. Kenzie says, oh, that's whack AF. That's so dumb. LMAO. I'm sorry, babe. He says, right? Making me think my other keys wedged somewhere in there. Kenzie says, honestly, probably. We should just clean out your car. Dom says, it is clean. She says, oh, I forgot. Dom says, LMAO. Then they start playing chess at 3:29. She says, I'm scared. I'm so scared about to cut my hair. She's playing chess. He says, it'll be fine, just dead ends. Now they're playing chess again. She says, my pieces are in a bad place. Dom says, after this game, I'll show you how to play. Now it's 4:03 p.m. and they're playing chess. Okay. Still playing chess. She says, what are you doing at 4:14 p.m.? Still playing chess. Dom says, chillin'. She says, do you want to hang out today or no? Dom's playing chess. She's playing chess back. Oh no. Still playing chess. It's 5:34 p.m. now. It's so annoying when they play these. I forget to take these out. I mean, they're included in here though, so I don't know. Still playing. She says, "What are you doing? What are you doing today?" She says at 6:27. He says, "Right now, nothing." She says, "I'm bored. I also need to pick out an outfit for school tomorrow." He plays chess again. He says, "Pick out an outfit." He says, "What are you doing now, babe?" "Play me back in chess." Kenzie says, "I've just been cleaning my closet trying to pick an outfit." She plays him back. He says, "It's kind of late, or I would say come over after you pick an outfit." She says, oh, now they're playing chess again. She says, "I want to hang out, but I really have to pick an outfit. You can come here." Dom says, "I don't know if I really got time. I'm tired and got a doctor's appointment at 9." Kenzie says, "Babe," playing chess again. Yes. He says, "What, babe?" Playing chess. That's annoying. Okay, still playing chess. I thought she was supposed to be picking out an outfit. She says, "Good night, babe. I love you." Wait, what time was that at? That's at 9:44 p.m. He says, "Love you too, babe." He says, "Good night. Text me tomorrow." Then in the morning, he says, "Good morning, babe. I love you," on March 5th. He says, "Are you in class?" She says, "Bruh, yes." She says, "Morning, babes. I'm peeing right now. I don't really want to go back to class. I've been doing notes for so long." Dom says, "I hate class so much it's unless I'm dummy high." Kenzie says, "Same for real. I did 3 note sections though, like hella notes." Dom says, "LMAO." She says, "What are you doing today, babe?" Dom says, "I don't know. I might go to the studio with Blair." She says, "Where is that? Do you want to hang out for a little bit?" Dom says, "Not that far." He says, "Yeah, when do you want to?" She says, question mark, question mark, question mark. She says, "How far are you?" At 10:53 a.m. She says, "I don't know where your grandma's is." She says, "I don't have school today." Dom says, "I'm home, babe. What do you want to do?" Kenzie says, "My my mom is making the rest of the wagyu. LOL." Dom says, "Dude, my mom cruised these steaks last night. That's what that wagyu fire. I'd be down to eat those again." He says, "Yo, my peppercorn's still there?" She says, "Yeah, it's still here." "What did she do?" Kenzie says, "You can come over." Dom says, "She just cruised them." Kenzie says, For a little, then we go to your house." Dom says, "Let me find some kicks to wear." Kenzie says, "Okay, babe." She says, "It's done, babe." Dom says, "What's done?" She says, "The steak." It's 11:40 a.m. Dom says, "Nice." He says, "I'm about to pull up." Okay. Now they're playing chess again. Mm, it's 5:02. Them playing chess is really annoying me. Hmm. I'll check in with you guys in a bit too. Okay, playing more chess. Damn, they were always texting each other or playing games. What time is it? It's 6 or it's 5:15. More chess. She says hurry. Wait, what is she saying hurry to? Oh, wait, she said hurry. I think I missed. I think I missed something. She said hurry. She says come here. So they must be hanging out and they're playing this game, which they do quite often. Let me go back because I think she said curry. He says on the way back. Yeah, she says hurry. She says hurry at 5:46 p.m. She says, I'm at your house. Then they play chess. He says on the way back. Then they're continuing to play chess. She says, come here the next day. Oh, at midnight. She says, do you want to have a sleepover and shit today? Or should I just go home and we can do it another day? He says, I don't know. I'm smoking a wood right now with Angelo. Come hit it. He says, probably tomorrow. It's already late. That was at midnight. She says, good morning, babe. The next day at night, 25 a.m. He says, good morning, babe. Love you. He sends songs to her. She says, love you too, babe. He says, what are you doing today at 10:18 a.m.? She says, the song, nothing. I want to hang out, babe. He says, I need to go to Walmart. You want to go right now? She says, yeah, sure. I'm wearing the same outfit though. Hold on. Dom says, me too. I didn't shower yet. Want to grab outfit and we can shower here at some point? She says, oh, okay, babe. Let me get ready. She says, I'm ready. He says, you want me to come pick you up? She says, I can get dropped off if you want. Actually, just do that. Dom says, whatever you want to do, I haven't left yet. She says, I'm on the way. He says, okay, babes. That was at 10:31 a.m. And then he says, when I'm mad, you try to be way over nice. It doesn't help. It just makes it harder for me to not be mad. Kenzie says, I'm not being overly nice, babe. I was just being quiet. I want to give you a hug. Dom says, okay. She says, babe. Dom says, what? She says, I'm in the car. He says, oh, really? He says, I had to take a shit. Kenzie says, yes, I'm in there. Dom says, so you can just let it warm up. Kenzie says, I'm just chilling here. I'm fine. I'm waiting. Just wondering what you were doing. Dom says, or or do what I don't care. Okay, bet. He says, I rolled a little joint. She says, yay. She says, bring water when you come. Dom says, okay. And then playing chess again. This chess thing is annoying as hell. She says, I know you heard me. Okay, so then it jumps from 1 p.m. to 4:21. She says, I know you heard me say wait. She says, I'm gonna leave at 7:31 p.m. Dom says, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sick of you holding shit against me, he says at 9:55 p.m. She says, what do I hold against you? Okay, so sometimes this happens. They are hanging out, they end up hanging out with each other, they're fighting and they're in the same house, and then they get in fights when they're out in public. Thank you, Anna, for becoming a new member. I think I'm trying to see what you guys are saying. Yes, please hit the like button. I'm right there with you on my body, swinging apart seams. This outfit BS makes me sane. Every time they plan on hanging out, it's dragged out to infinity. Yeah, it is. Hey, Linto. She says, what do I hold against you? So now they're fighting. She says, I am allowed to be mad because of something you did at 9:56 p.m. She says, you would be hurt too if someone made you feel like they just did stuff with you because they had to. She says, answer me. He says, okay, cool. She says, nah, tell me what I hold against you. She sends a bunch of question marks and exclamations. Dom says, today, gotta make it so hard. Kenzie says, babe, obviously because I'm hurt. Dom says, I don't because I have to for you. I do because I want to for you. Sorry, I just try to go have fun when I feel totally miserable. He says, I'll just stop doing that. Kenzie says, today you just made it feel like you didn't even want to do anything with me and you just did it because you had to. You tried to fix it, but I was already upset because of what you did. Don't stop trying. That will only make things worse. Dom says, next time I'll just take you home and go chill alone. She says, LMAO. He says, yeah, I'm salty. He says, doing that retarded ass shit. Then it jumps to the next day. She does that. She laughs when he gets mad sometimes, which I think is very instigating. He says, good morning, babe. Love you. She says, good morning, my little baby. I love you too. He said, sorry about yesterday, babe. I'm going to try and stop taking pills. Actually, that's probably not even it. I've been better. I just gotta get on my Wim Hof more. Kenzie says, it's okay, babe. I understand that that makes me really happy that you're going to stop because you really don't know how much that worries me. Like, I'm always on your side, babe. I love you. Dom says, love you too. She says, I made a Depop. I have something up. Dom says, nice. She says, bruh. Dom says, what you post. She says, none of the pictures I took saved. This one butterfly shirt I never wear. Dom says, what do you mean they didn't save? Kenzie says, I took pictures and they didn't save. Sends a screenshot. She says, Destiny want to smoke with me. Dom said, Destiny who? Kenzie says, the only one I know. Dom says, smoke with her if you want. Kenzie says, I don't know. Dom says, then don't. She won't care. I would say go, but she's like super cool with P Vision, LMAO. Kenzie says, oh, true. Are you are you should be really close with her and Layla though? Are you sure? I feel like she just wants to smoke. I don't really think it's a big deal. Okay, we just can't I know. We can't go past that, right? Yeah, I don't know what the whole thing with the pills was. Something was going on. Hey pretty face. Yay, I just became a member. Thank you, Tara. For becoming a member. I appreciate you. They talk a lot about smoking. Yeah, the whole pills thing, I don't know. I don't know if he was like, if it was just, I think it was just recreational, you know? They do talk a lot about smoking. She says, and I'm not going to really be talking about you, nothing bad or sus. Dom says, yeah, I'm sure Elijah is. Probably fine though. Kenzie says, I don't know. She says, what are you doing today? Dom says, I don't know. She sends an emoji or a selfie of her drinking wine. Dom says, what are you doing at 6:35 p.m.? Kenzie says, just relaxing, kind of tired. Dom says, we got med from the dispo. Kenzie says, yum. Where'd you go? Dom says, Illyria? Illyria, as I say it. He says, plain zombies at 9:27 p.m. We'll come tomorrow. She says at 1:46 in the morning, I'm so fucking pissed. I would get really woken up in this house 70% of the time. Like, I literally just want to know why I can never get a full night's sleep in this house. She's texting that at 1:46 a.m. Then she says, "Hey, babe, good morning." Dom says, "Good morning, babe. Love you." He says, "You could have slept here, babe." She says, "I love you, babe. I wish I did." Dom says, "How is school, babe?" She says, "It's okay. I just want to go home." He says, "What are you doing after school?" She says, "I forgot to take my birth control." Hmm. Dealing with her is like running headfirst into a brick wall. Halo. I just feel like, I don't know. Kenzie was up to some stuff. She says, "And hanging with you." Dom says, "Okay, so you have actual school, right?" She says, "Yes." Dom says, "Okay." She sends a little heart face. He sends an emoji back. She says, "I don't want to go to school at 11:14 a.m." She says, "I'm with Kendra." She says, babe, I want to come over." Dom says, "When?" She says, "After school." She says, "Do you want to go to the mall?" He says, "No, we're going to go to the beach." He says, "I sprained my ankle bad though." She says, "Babe, you hurt it even more?" He says, "Yeah, it cracked really hard." She says, "OMG, when?" Dom says, "You want to go to the beach though?" "Just a second ago. I did it twice." She said, "Yes, I do want to go to the beach." She says, "You definitely need to go to the doctor." Dom says, "For what?" She says, "Remember when the toothpick went in my foot during summer?" "For your foot." Dom says, "I did go for my foot." "And what about the toothpick?" Kenzie says, "Well, it cracked 2 times after you went." She says, "So you should go again." He said, "No, I'll just go in a couple weeks like they wanted me to." He says, "Right now I'm icing it." She says, "Can you walk okay?" He says, "I think so." She says, "I feel like you should still go to the doctor." Dom says, "I sprained my ankle a million times. It's just ice and weight." She says, "Okay, babe." She says, "You're really making me want to cuddle and come over." She says, "I want to eat that fudge." Dom says, "It's only an hour till you get out. Plus, I gotta roll these blunts real quick." She said, "Okay, yes, babeums." He says, "Actually, I'm not sure if I can go to the beach. My ankle kind of chalked." She says, "Did you break it?" He says, "No, it's just sprained." She said, "Do you want Charlie's?" He said, "But it hurts." She said, "Subs?" He says, "No, I'm good." She says, "Okay, so we're not going to the beach?" Question mark. He says, "I don't know. I stepped on my shoe in my room and then twisted it outside. What beach could we go to where I wouldn't have to walk a lot? Should we just go to that little beach where Morgan's fat ass broke the tree?" Kenzie says, "LMAO." She says, "I'm down." Dom says, "Because then we can just go chill on rocks and still be in the sun and smoke." "Would that be shady to smoke there?" Kenzie says, "I'm down. We smoked there before." Dom says, "Yeah, but like, what if we just smoke on the rocks, not on the side?" Kenzie says, "I'm sure no one will care." Dom says, "For sure." Kenzie says, "I'm getting you a surprise. I hope you like them." Dom says, "Where you at?" "We just need to go, babe." She says, "I'm coming." She says, "I'm speeding." Mm. We know she likes to speed. Sounds like she really cares, right? I know. Hi, Abby. Hi, Green. Thank God she never got pregnant. I know, right? Hey, Shay. Oh, hell no, that's the last thing he should be, right? Thank God she never got pregnant. Just think about the damage Mackenzie's mom would have done to that baby. I hope she never gets out of prison. Hmm. She says, "I'm speeding." Yeah, we know you like to speed. I don't know. Some say she was speeding that morning of the crash. Some say it's intentional, some say it's not. I know what most of us think here, but some people really do believe she's innocent. She says, "I'm speeding." Dom says, "Where are you, babe?" She says, "I puked." Oh, wait, let's go back to that time. What time is it? He says, "Where are you, babe?" At 2:58 p.m. So they must have hung out. And then she says at 10:11, "I puked." She says, "I'm still puking." Dom says, "I almost puked too." He says, "Those milkshakes." Kenzie says, "I threw up like 4 or 5 times last night and on the way home from your house." She says at 8:32 a.m. on the 9th. Like I was literally waking up to throw up. Dom says, "Ew, I'm sorry. You were super sweaty too, I think." Kenzie says, "Yeah, no, I definitely was." She says, "I woke up effing dripping like 30 times." Dom says, "Did you go to school?" Kenzie says, "No, LOL." Dom said, "Nice." She says, "I don't feel good." She says, "Look at Insta." He says, "I did." She says, "Babe, I might hang with Leah and Amber." Dom says, "Okay, babe." So she says, "I might hang with Leah and Amber." The texts sound like every Gen Z teenage relationship ever. Thankfully, most of us just posted sad lyrics, blocked each other, and moved on. Wishful thinking. Thank you, Scarlett. Scarlett, yeah, for the super. I appreciate you. Right? I know. It's interesting how she is missing school and like, does Natalie know? Does Steve know? I'm just wondering because she seems to be skipping a lot of school, right? Hmm. Like, they weren't paying attention? Was the school calling? I have questions. She says and then she says, "I don't feel good." And then she's like, "I might hang with Leah and Amber." Dom says, "Okay, babe." He says, "Are you hanging with your friends today or do you wanna chill? Because I haven't chilled with Trevor in a while, I could slide there." She says, "You can do that, babe." She says, "I'm at the mall." Hmm. Yes, I did, Alicia, thank you, I appreciate you for the cash app. And thank you, Erin, for the cash app as well. It's very greatly appreciated. I highly doubt her parents gave a crap. Dude, I would ditch a lot in high school, but my parents would get pissed. I was forging notes so bad that I had to become a TA for the principal. That way I couldn't ditch. So, I just have questions about all of this. She says, "I'm at the mall." Dom says, "Okay." She says, "Bruh, I'm annoyed AF." Megan and Haley literally talking about going on vacation in front of me, about them going to Miami. Like they're literally just talking about it for so long. They're just talking about all the fun shit they're gonna do. Like, what the fuck? I swear to God, I hate everyone in my grade. Like, who the F is talking about shit to the point where no one wants to hang with me or bring me around their other friends? Kenzie wasn't just a mean girl. People didn't like her. And here you go. You see it for yourself. She says this throughout the text messages. Like, I don't have no friends. Who's going to be my friend? No one wants to be my friend. And here she says, "I hate everyone in my grade." Like, who the F is talking shit about me to the point where no one wants to hang with me or bring me around their other friends? Yeah, I wonder why, right? Like, we know why. No one wants to be your friend. She says dry. So when she says dry, she means like he's being dry and not texting her back fast enough. She says dry at 3:03 p.m. He says, "Yeah, that's dumb, babe. We'll go fun places without them. It's cool." He questions her dry message. She says, "Well, we don't. We say we will, but we never do." Go ask Natalie to take you on vacation. She birthed you. Well, Makilla, everyone hate that you don't open. Yeah, right? I don't like her either. She's such a hypocrite. She says, "We say we will, but never do." Dom says, "Okay, we then we won't. LOL." She says, I'm so bored and annoyed. She says, okay, cool. What a great way to make me feel better. Dom says, I mean, I don't know why you gotta be like that, but all right. Kenzie, Dom says, I think you should start being straight up with your friends instead of getting mad. I'd tell them how I feel. She says, then I'm just gonna have no friends. She's like missing, like, what do they call it? Like, what do you call it? Like when you don't know how to have a relationship, like personality skills, social skills. What the fuck is wrong with her? Like, why is she like this? Pardon my Espanol. ¿Por qué? I don't understand. Why is she so angry, negative, and shitty? I'm like shook. And we're familiar with this. Like, we've already gone through these. But like, I just, every time I'm just like, how can someone be so narcissistic and selfish and abusive and evil? Emotional intelligence. And I get it. She is struggling. I don't wanna knock that. I don't wanna just sit up here and sound like I'm being a bitch because she does have struggles, right? Like mental health issues. She has an eating disorder. Something happened in her life that made her this person. I don't know what kind of environment she grew up with in that house with those people, AKA Natalie, Steve, Shirla. I don't know, right? We don't know. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. But I'm just like, how does someone at this age is so angry? I remember being angry as a teenager, but not this angry. And I feel like if I was doing something bad, it was more so to myself than others. That's how I'm looking back on this is making me like go back in time and like revisit, maybe mistakes that I made or things that I have been through. And it's just like I was more angry towards myself than I think like my parents and keep being like mean to people. I don't know. It's just she says, then I'm just gonna have no friends. She says, I already have none. Dom says, then maybe ask to go. She says, ask to go where? Question mark, question mark, question mark. 20 more question marks. Dot, dot, dot. They literally are just hanging with each other at my house. And what are you even doing? Why are you taking so long to answer? Okay, I'll just vent to someone else. Thanks. Dom says, I literally just got home. She says, what does that have to do with anything? Dom says, you're saying I'm taking too long to answer. She says, you answer only to that? Like I said, 4 other things. Now I'm salty. She says, I just dogged them. Dom says, what did you say? Kenzie says, it's weird as fuck when people are worried about me being around people. Like I smoke y'all up. Then you're worried about bringing me around. Mm. So she's like, I smoke you all out and you don't want to be my friend. So I'm going to use that against you. Hmm. Manipulation. Hey, Jordan. Honestly, I think she's a spoiled little brat and her mom and dad gave her anything she wanted. So they had to deal with her attitude. I would say I was a little spoiled, but I still wasn't like this. No one wants to hang with her because she spends all her time on the phone bugging him and fighting with people, right? She says, I smoke y'all up, then you're worried about bringing me around. Dom says, they're worried about bringing you around who? What are you doing now, babe? He says at 5:39 p.m. He says, babe. Kenzie says, chillin'. Dom says, are you mad at me? Kenzie says, no. Dom says, oh, okay, good. Did Megan and Haley leave? Kenzie says, no, not yet. He says, okay, I'm going to go get a phone from my cousin. Let me know if you want to chill later. She says, what cousin? I do want to chill. Dom says, Ryan. She says, I posted on Insta. Sends an attachment audio. She says, oh, OMG. She says, LMAO, don't listen. Babe? She says, I posted on Insta. She says, answer. Dom says, I'm home. Sends an audio message. He says, I can't really tell what the recording says. Kenzie says, look what I posted, babe. Dom says, bet. He says, babe, I don't know what to comment. She says, haha, just do an emoji. Dom says, okay. She says, I'm cooking a little chocolate truffle chunks. Dom says, give me some. She says, I will when they're done, babe. I was already planning on it. Dom says, did you like my comment, babe? Was that hood? Oh, he says, good. Typo. She's she says, of course it was good, babe. I don't know what to wear to school tomorrow, babe. It's 9 o'clock p.m. He says, wear something super ugly so the guys don't look at you. Actually, no, they'll look at you. Just wear a bag over your head and a fat suit so they can't see how cute you are. She says, I love you, babe. You're really the best. She says, I might go to sleep in a sec. I'm tired. He says, me too. He says, I'm icing my ankle. She says, how is your ankle feeling, babe? Then it jumps to the next morning. She says, good morning, my little Dom baby. He says, good morning, babe. Love you. He says, I miss you. She says, I want to hang today after school. She says, want a boon? Like before school? Dom says, like before 11:45? Kenzie says, yes. Dom says, I can't, babe. I'm waiting on a kid for shoes and I got a shower and stuff. You can stop by and hit the pod. Kenzie says, me and Kendra want a boon. So it's 11:07 a.m. and she's like, I already want to be high AF. She wants to smoke all the weed. I don't even know what kind of counseling can help people who lack the capacity to feel empathy. Wouldn't they call that a psychopath? She says, me and Kendra want a boon. It's 11:07 a.m. because it's so nice. Dom says, you got to let me know earlier. He says, this lid about to be here in 10 minutes and I haven't showered it and got to go to the bathroom. She says, okay, babe. Wait, what time was that? 11:08. She says, Dom says, what do you want me to do? She says, tomorrow we can go on a little boon before school. I just want to smoke before school. It's okay if you can't, though, babe. I love you. He says, yeah, remind me tomorrow. It depends what I'm doing. He says, I mean, we could, but I don't know about rolling a whole wood. She sends an emoji face. He says, also, this kid is going to be here soon. She says, okay, babums. He says, babe, if you want to make edibles, I'll pay you also. Kenzie says, bruh, guess what? Sends him a video on TikTok. She says, just got woken. Oh, wait, what time was that? That was on 3:10 at 9:33 p.m. She says, just got woken up again. I can never get any effing sleep in this house. Literally 2 days ago, when I told my mom it gets too hot in here at night, she said, okay, I hope that she doesn't do shit. And then she gets mad when I say, I just want to sleep at your house. Why would you be mad if I can actually get a fucking full night's sleep somewhere? Dom says, yeah, that's your room def gets the hottest. Kenzie says, yeah, look at Snap too. She says, babe, are you okay? He says, yeah, why, babe? He says, babe. She says, want to hang after school at 1:29 p.m. She says, I'm taking a final. I'm seriously starving. Dom says, me too. She says, when are you going to be home? I want to come over. I want to leave school right now. Dom says, we're smoking a wood. I can leave after. She says, I'm at school. I'm going to leave right now. I'll probably just walk home. She struggled with staying in school too. I would never anybody like that, boyfriend or family. I'm just a cruiser. There's no help for her. She's damaged goods. Hopefully, Danny will get sick of her parents. Well, too bad we never hear from her. She says, I'm at school. I'm just gonna leave right now. I'll probably just walk home. Dom says, you can go to my house if you want, babe. She says, I don't just want to sit there though. Dom says, okay, well, I hope it doesn't rain. They're sending emojis. He says, I'm here at 2:31 p.m. Then he says, I'm salty. Angela threw out my soap. Kenzie said, OMG. Dom says, I have to sneeze. Yeah, he said he'd buy me a new one though. Kenzie says, I'm sorry, babe. Dom says, just kind of ignorant to throw it out. Kenzie said, yeah, for real, it was obviously yours. But you're getting a new one though. Do you have any left? She says, or was that your last soap? That was at 3:57 p.m. Then she says, bitch, love when you call me that in front of your friends. Oh, wait. So there he said she says, "Oh, was that your last soap at 3:57 p.m.?" So now they're hanging out. She says, "Bitch," at 4:17 p.m. Then she says, "Love when you call me that in front of your friends." Dom says, "You're not a B." She says, "You didn't say that." Dom says, "Yes, I did, babe." She says, "Mm-hmm." Question mark, question mark, question mark. Dom says, "What?" She says, "I think I'm just gonna go home since y'all want to chill down here." Dom says, "Baby, you can come down here or I can come up right now. We be cleaning and stuff." Kenzie says, "Should I just go home then? Like, there's no point." Dom says, "Why, babe?" She says, "I literally just told you. You were literally just not even talking to me." They can't even hang around each other's friends because she's so fucking controlling. If it's not all about her, like it's shit, that's it. No one can have a good time. No one can enjoy anything if it's not all about her. Was she doing sus stuff on Snap during the time? This is yes, we're gonna talk about this. I agree with that. What did Chris say? Energy vampire, an energy sucker. I read these, and don't you like it sucks our energy. So imagine being in a relationship with her or even having her as in any kind of relationship. She says, "You're literally just not even talking to me." Dom says, "Babe, come down and smoke with us." She says, "You seriously are annoying me." Like, question mark, exclamation mark, times 10, times 5. She says, "LOL. The fact that you just walked away after that at 5:23 p.m. You literally will never learn. Embarrassing as fuck." Dom says, "You walked away." She said, "I will just take the bag then." She says, "OMG. I'm not even going to try. I'm leaving." Dom says, "Okay, let me call my mom real quick." Kenzie says, "See? I can't have your attention for more than 1 second. Like, what the fuck do I need to talk about for you to actually understand? If you're understand, effing put your focus to me." So, for those of you who are like new to the text or don't know, they threaten to call each other's mom all the time. Like Dom threatens to call his mom all the time because Kenzie can probably get in trouble. And then she threatens to call Natalie Shirilla all the time because Natalie Shirilla is unhinged as well. They're always doing this. She's always looking for a fight. I can't stand girls like that. She's not good at all. I have never seen anything like her except in movies, maybe. The kinder Dom gets, the meaner she gets. It's like the demon is just waiting to unleash. You know what I mean? It can't handle being in the physical being form of a human anymore. She says, "I'm leaving." Can't be no dramatic. Dom says, "Okay, let me call my mom real quick." She says, "See, I can't have your attention for more than 1 sec. Put your focus to me. Like, I'm really about to just leave when my mom is here. So you better fix this or I'm just going to walk out." Dom says, "Babe, what do I have to fix?" "I think you're just hungry, babe." She says, "I think you should watch what you tell me." And obviously, I'm hungry. I told you I'm hungry like 8 times. Dom says, "What am I doing wrong?" Question mark. She says, "And my mom is here, so I'm leaving." Dom says, "Do you want to say bye?" Kenzie says, "You can say bye or you can be mean. I'm at the door." She says, "Now I'm outside." That was at 5:28 p.m. The next day, she says at 6:22 a.m., "You didn't text me goodnight." Mm. Then she says, "Good morning, babe. I love you." Okay, wait. So are you mad he didn't text you goodnight? Or are you trying to say good morning, I love you? I can't keep up. Pay attention to me. Me. I know. She says, "Good morning, babe. I love you." He said, "Love you, babes." She says, "My mom is seriously so annoying. She literally has to disagree with me. Like, no matter what or how the convo is going, she just needs to disagree for real. So annoying. All I asked her was to get your money off my card so I can get pulp without spending your money. I seriously can't handle driving with her. She's so annoying." Wow. This is only 2021. So those jail calls that we're hearing are from like 2022, 2023. And that's how she feels about her mother. The only person that cares about her. Dom says, "I'm sorry, babe." She says, "You're texting dry" at 7:39 a.m. Dry AF. Dom says, "Sorry, I just woke up. How was school, babe?" She says, "Going good. So far, got some Bosco sticks." He said, "That's what's up. I don't know what to do right now. Might go see what else I can clean next door." Kenzie said, "Is there a lot left? I want to help." Dom says, "I don't know what else to do. There's hella tools and probably some bullshit downstairs." Kenzie says, "Oh, I don't know. So do you want to hang?" Dom says, "Of course." She says, "Okay, yay." She says, "What are you doing now?" He said, "Just chilling. I think Blair's about to pull up and smoke." Kenzie says, "Can I come over after school?" She says, "Babe." Dom says, "Yes, babe." She says, "Okay, bet." She says, "I want to smoke." Dom says, "Bet." He says, "I'll be home in a sec." That was 2:35. 2:36, she says, "Where are you?" Question mark. He says, "On Pearl." She said, dot, dot, dot. I mean, where did you go? He says, "Had to run somewhere." "You want to have drinks in the basement later?" She said, "Yes, of course." He said, "Bet." She sends a picture of something. He says, "Where is that?" She says, "Common threads." Dom says, "Nice." She says, "They're literally making plans in front of me. Again." Dom says, "About what now?" Kenzie says, "What are you doing?" At 7:14 p.m. Dom says, "Everyone's over right now. Blair, Kyle, Sheesh, Jordan." She said, "Who's Jordan?" He says, "Weird kid." "Well, kinda." Kenzie says, "When should I come? And am I going to be the only girl?" Dom said, "Well, Jordan is leaving. Maybe invite a girl." Kenzie says, "Can Megan and Haley come?" "I'm just with Haley right now, though." Dom says, "Yeah, I don't care, whoever, as long as they're not ops. I'm cool. I'm just cool and already took a shot. LMAO." Kenzie says, "Okay, I'll come soon. We'll see what happens." Dom says, "Okay." He says, "Yeah, we about to throw a little party. Kyle's getting another bottle and getting Chris. Then we're going to roll some woods. You can bring Megan, Haley, and whoever else. That's cool." Kenzie says, "Okay, I might pick them up in a little. I'm coming now, though." Dom says, "How are you going to pick them up in a little if you're coming now? You keeping the car?" Kenzie says, "Can." And then Dom sends a picture of her, I think. Kenzie sends a little emoji. He says, "No kissy." Sends a kissy. Dom sends an emoji. He says, "Can I sleep over?" Kenzie says, "I'm asking." "You can." Hmm. Is that normal? I don't know. We're all different, I guess. Were you able to have your boyfriend and girlfriend sleep over at 16, 17? She would actually be 16 here because her birthday is not until August 2nd. This is 2021. So this is right before she turned 17 because she didn't turn 18 until after the crash. So yeah, would your parents let you have your boyfriend slash girlfriend over at 16? I guess it's different if you're in a serious relationship, but what is a serious relationship when you're a teenager? Hmm? Interesting. Hell no, says Alicia. He doesn't dare say no. Oh my God, never. Dude, my dad will show up, probably with the police or something. Like, for reals. My dad would be like, "Absolutely not." My parents would never. Hell no. Dom isn't much older though. He's only what, 2 years older? We couldn't even go in the bedroom at 16. Dude, if I had a boyfriend over, he had to visit me outside. We had like a little front driveway little date. My dad's like, "You guys can hang out outside or like by the car." And I'm like, "Cool, dude. Your cameras watching us?" No thanks. She she says, "You can." So he can sleep over. She sends an audio message. She said, "Oops." Dom sends an audio message. She says, "Come over." He says, "Bet." He says, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" She said, "My room is really messy, babe." Dom says, "I'm hungry." She says, "I've been really unmotivated." Dom says, "I don't care, babe. My room is always messy lately." She said, "So it's bad right now." Dom says, "It's okay, babe. I'll lay in the filth." Kenzie sends an emoji. He says, "LOL." She says, "It's only my floor, babe." Dom says, "Still will." He says, "Babe, at 8:49 p.m., did you eat dinner?" She says, "No. I just had a little pork chop." Dom says, "Should we get food, babe?" Kenzie says, "Where? I'm down." Dom says, "I don't know. I'm asking you. It's 9. What's still open?" Kenzie says, "Look up places. I'm about to look right now." "What type of restaurant? Like far or close?" Dom says, "No, babe, like takeout." She says, "Then do you want to get Chinese?" Dom says, "Yeah, I'm down." "Is it open?" Kenzie says, "China Renaissance or Wild Fusion?" "I'm asking my mom if anyone wants some also." "No, Dom didn't invite your mom. He just invited you." She says, "All I want is pot stickers and white rice and chicken fried rice for my dad." She says, "Where you at?" Dom says, "On the way." She says, "I'm out." Dom says, she says, "Hurry." He says, "I still got a shower, babe. I'm about to get in the shower. You can come over whenever." She says, "I don't have a ride. So hurry up and then come get me." Dom says, "Oh, true. Okay, give me a sec, babe." He says, "I'm dressed, about to brush my teeth, and I'm on the way, babe." That was at 6:44 p.m. Then it jumps to the next morning on March 15th. She says, "Good morning, baby." She says, "Check my video out." So she sends a TikTok video link. He says, "Good morning, babe." He says, "Am I driving?" At 7:20 a.m. She says, "I'm on the way." He says, "Okay, babe." "Oh, okay, bet." She says, You're driving me Wednesday." Dom says, "Bet." Why is it Dom's responsibility to make sure you get to school? I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal. We had to have the doors open, even had to use a landline phone in the kitchen to talk to friends. Thank you, Brandy. I'm new to your channel. I love it. My parents would not let that happen. Dude, I wasn't even allowed to bring them in. Tedessa says I got married at 14. Oh, damn. By the car? My dad's like, "You guys can hang out in the driveway." I was like, "Okay, that's fun." Um, Dom says, "Bet." She says, "Babe," at 7:26 a.m. She says, "I'm really worried about my mom." Dom said, "Babe, she's gonna be fine. Your dad was fine." Oh, she has COVID. Natalie has COVID. She says, "I'm at Polaris now, babe." Dom says, "Love you, babe. Have a good day." She said, "I'm on the way home. Can you just drive me tomorrow? But if you do, you for real can't be late." Dom says, "Yeah, just call me and make sure I'm up. What time do we gotta leave, by the way?" She says, "Can you just set alarms? I need to worry about getting ready in the morning." Dom says, "Babe, I'm gonna set an alarm." He says at 10:53 a.m. He says, "Call me and make sure." She says, "I need to be on the way to Polaris by 7:14 a.m." "Yeah, but be up." Dom says, "Okay, I set my alarm for 7?" Question mark. She says, "Because I can't be worried about you not coming. That's not going to be enough time for you to get up. Dom says, get up, start my car, wait till it heats, then leave. I don't care about getting dressed. She says, and at 10:40, you got to be at Polaris. Just leave your house at 10:10. Like, I'll just Uber if you don't think you can be there in time. Dom says, okay. He says, I'm up $1,400 today. Kenzie said, oh my God. Dom says, right? She says, how? That's for real wild. It's only 12 a.m. Dom says, I'm about to invest more. It's not too late to invest. You should get your mom and dad to invest. Kenzie says, I don't have any money. Dom sends a screenshot. He says, you're 16. You can't invest. They can. She says, what app? He says, check this. He says, $1,200 today. He says, almost 1,700 in a week. Like 2 weeks left of this right now. Who knows how high it can hit? Kenzie said, this is wild. Dom says, I know. Should I just send your mom that screenshot? Kenzie said, sure. Tell her, though. Dom says, tell her what? Kenzie says, tell her what it is. He says, oh, okay. So now they're playing Word Hunt. He says, I'll play in a sec. Kenzie sends an emoji. Now they're playing archery. He says, LOL. Plays a game of archery. I don't know what the hell that is. She says, want to hang at 1:39 p.m.? He says, of course. Now they're playing archery again. She says, I want Chick-fil-A mini low-key. Chick-fil-A minis low-key. Dom says, they don't have those right now, though. She says, we can find a way. Order through catering. They will be ready at 4. Then it jumps to the 16th. She says, good morning, Nug, at 6:26 a.m. Don't forget to bring that car and wake up on time. Dom says, car is heating up. What time do I leave my house? She says, I just need to be on the way to Polaris by 7:15. Dom says, okay. He says, just no berries. She sends a screenshot. She says, island cruiser? Dom says, sure. She says, but it smells so bad in here. I'm for real gonna kill myself. Like, bro. She says, babe. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. She says, can I stop by and grab a cart, babe? At 10:34 a.m. So when she's done with school. He says, I'm here. She says, babe, you didn't need to get me, but I'll come with you because I miss you. Dom says, your mom asked me if I would. Kenzie says, oh, when? Dom says, what do you mean when? Kenzie says, sorry, baby. My friend Maddie was going to drive me home today because we were going to smoke after school, but I'm going to come with you. Where are you parked? Dom says, I have a wood if you want to smoke. I'm parked like right around where I dropped you off. She says, I do. Why are you the best? She says, okay, I'm coming now. He says, LOL. Then she says, what are you doing, babe? He says, I just got home, about to shower. She says, babe, make sure those plates and 1 gallon of lemonade is left for me, please. Dom says, it is, babe. He says, come grab it. She says, I'm at school, Nug. He says, when you're not at school. She says, babe, I want to hang today. He says, okay, babe. He says, what are you doing, babe? She says, at my doctor's appointment right now. I'm so hungry. He says, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Let me know how it goes, babe. She says, I'm scared. What food should I get after? He says, Cane's. She says, dot, dot, dot. Dom says, LOL, I'm kidding. We should go get hibachi probably. She says, I'm really hungry. From where? She says, I'm with my dad. We were going to go after my appointment. Dom says, oh, true. Just get some Shintos then. Kenzie says, like, go in or take out. So you don't want to go get food? Question mark, question mark. Dom says, I thought you were going to go get food with your dad. Kenzie says, I can go with you. Dom said, when is your appointment over? She sends a selfie. He says, just go with your dad, babe. She says, I'm on the way home, babe, at 4:00 p.m. Dom says, okay, babe. He says, "What's the plan?" She says, "I'm home now. What do you want to do?" She says, that was at 4:18 p.m. She says, "I seen you hooping with Blair. Is that what you're going to do today?" Dom says, "We're just chilling now. What do you want to do, babe?" She says, "I want to do something fun. It's nice out." Dom says, "You can come whenever. It's going to be nicer tomorrow, too." Kenzie says, "Well, I don't want to just sit around, babe. Want to scoop?" He says, "I don't know what to do. It's already 4:30. Kenzie says, "What do you want to do, babe?" Dom says, "I don't really know. For real. I'm just watching crypto." She says, "Can you come get me?" He says, "Yeah, I'll come in a sec." He says, "Here." Then it jumps to the next morning on the 17th. She says, "Good morning, my little dog." Wait, why does she call him dog? I never realized that before. That bugs me. I've never tried Cane's. Is it good? Yes, it is. They have it a lot in Cali. Hey, Tias. Hey, Care Bear. Hey, Green. They like hardly ever eat at Kenzie's house. It's always Dom cooking or them eating out. When does she cook? Or when does she eat at home? Hmm. Why does she call him little dog? She says, "Good morning, my little dog." Oh, she meant Nug. Sends a voice message. I was like, "Why dog?" He says, "Love you, babes," at 6:55 a.m. He says, "Do we get pulp today?" She says, "I do it every day." Dom says, "Okay." He says, "Here, babe." Pulp is like a Jamba Juice, like a smoothie place, I think. Kenzie says, "Okay, let me finish getting dressed. I'm coming." Dom says, "Hey, babe, I have to invite to Clubhouse." I don't know. He's sending her a link. Kenzie says, "Maddie can drive me home at 9:47 a.m. Dom says, "Bet I probably would have forgot today." Kenzie said, "Okay, LMAO. Thanks, babe." Dom says, "No, babe." Kenzie says, "Okay." He says, "No problem." She says, "What are you doing at 1:02 p.m.?" He says, "Chillin'." She says, "You make it hard to find something to reply with. Like, what are you doing?" Like, "I'm in English class watching notes." Notes? Dom says, "Oh, nothing. About to get dressed and then smoke a little, probably." He says, "What should I wear?" She says, "I don't know. I'm taking a test right now." Dom sends an emoji. He says, "Text me after, babe." She says, "Bruh." EB's being so annoying about the cart. Dom says, "What cart?" Kenzie says, "The one I sold her." Dom sends an audio message. Dom says, "What is she saying?" Kenzie says, "Literally, I just have to call you. It's just annoying. I'll call you soon." She says, "What are you doing today?" "I might hang with Haley. I don't know." Dom says, "I'm just chilling, drinking coffee right now." She says, "Coffee?" Dom says, "I think Bradbury is going to stop by today." She said, "What are y'all going to do?" Dom says, "Probably just kick it, smoke. I'll show him the basement." Kenzie says, "Let me see what I'm doing." Dom says, "Okay." She says, "You made me crave Starbucks." Dom says, "Starbucks is ass." She says, "No." Dom laughs at her message. He says, "What are you doing, babe?" at 2:52 p.m. She says, "About to be home." He says, "Where you go? It's already 2:50." She says, "Starbucks." He says, "LMAO." She says, "What are you doing today? Maybe want to hang?" Dom says, "I don't know. I'm kicking it with Angelo." Kenzie says, "I'm with Meg." Dom says, "Lit." He says, "I'm about to smoke a wood with Angelo. What are you about to do?" He says, "I'm up about $2,000 in stocks right now." She says, "OMG, that's good AF. Yay, babe." He says, "Right?" She says, "I'm helping my mom e-mask." Dom says, "What?" He says, "Babe." Kenzie says, "Sorry, I was helping my mom with masks." Dom says, "Oh." It's 9:12 p.m. He said, "How was your day, babe?" She says, "Pretty much just hung out with Megan, then did shit with mask. Now my back hurts so bad. Babe, I miss you too." Dom says, I would come cuddle, but I'm already tired. I slept like 5 hours or less every day this week. Kenzie says, yeah, for real. I don't even have an outfit packed and my back is so fucked, babe. It literally is fucked. Dom says, babe, you need to try to fix your posture. He says, I'm about to sleep. You need a ride, right? He says, I'm sad about my mom, babe. Really sad. He says at 10:45 p.m. Kenzie says, babe, are you okay? She says the next morning at 6:27, sorry, babe. I had just fallen asleep. I literally couldn't even walk around. My back was in so much pain. You can talk to me on the way to school. Are you okay, babe? I need a ride to school today. I'll let you know if I need a ride home from Polaris. Actually, don't get me. I don't even know if I'm going to school today. I'm tweaking out with anxiety. She says, babe, at 6:52 a.m. Dom says, are you going, babe? If not, I'll come cuddle. She says, come over. He says, shit, when I'm all sticky, sweaty. She says, right now. Dom says, come shower. My pit's roaring right now. They got loud. She says, how the fuck can I come over there? Walk? Like, Dom says, I can pick you up. He says, unless you want to walk. She says, I'm not going to Polaris. Why would I want to go somewhere else? If I'm not going to Polaris, why would I want to go somewhere else? She says, my room is so ugly. I hate it. And my family is too broke to fix it. So if Natalie and Steve are too broke to fix her room, where do they have all that money from to send her commissary? She complains so much about her body hurting or being sick. I know, right? She's only 16. Pittsburgh. I know. That's not even, yeah, I know. She says, my family's too broke to fix it, to fix anything. Dom says, well, are you going to go to school? Kenzie says, like, I can't sleep here. This is absolutely ridiculous because if you guys watch her on the videos, her room is fine. It's actually cute. She has a walk-in closet where she goes in there and takes big ol' bong rips. And she has like Skims. Dom's buy her nice clothes, nice shoes. What the hell is she complaining about? She says, I can't even sleep in here or be here unless it's fixed or has new stuff. Like, why the F is everyone broke? I fucking hate this house. Shithole. Dom says, babe, only you can make the difference. She says, it's gross. Dom says, you could be back. She says, how, babe? She says, yeah, I'm done with this combo. He says, dreams don't work unless you do. You can complain about the house all you want, but at the end of the day, they ain't doing shit about the house. It's up to you to change your quality of life. She says, you're no help. He says, with what? She says, it's almost like you don't read anything I say. I can't fucking fix anything without money. Like, I can't be in the house any longer. I'm tempted to just like go to boarding school in a different state. I literally have to sit and chill in my room in shorts and a tank top because it's fucking 80 degrees in here. Dom says, open the windows. She says, yeah, I'm done. Dom says, you only have one more year of school. After that, try to just get through it, babe. You can always come to my house too. She says, coming to your house isn't going to help, that my room causes me 90% of my anxiety. Anxiety over your room? Dude, most of us probably had to share one with our siblings back in the day until we got our own room. I don't know. She would have been better off at boarding school. Negatively drains the soul. Yeah, she's a leech. She's currently right where she belongs. Well, she better not. You don't get AC in there either. She says, coming to your house isn't going to help my room, that my room causes me 90% of my anxiety. He says, how, babe? He says, what are you doing, babe? At 10:57 a.m. She says, trying to figure out my room. I don't even know what to do. I'm so stressed out. Dom says, what are you trying to figure out, babe? He says, you want to come smoke? She says, I'm with Kristen. We're going to smoke for a little. LOL. Dom sends an emoji. She says, do you want to go karting at 1:44 p.m.? You and Kyle, me and Kristen. Dom says, yeah, let's bring Blair. She says, LMAO, I'm down. Dom said, bet. She said, it's open 3 to 9. Dom says, when do you want to go? Is Kyle down? Kenzie said, yeah, Kyle is down. It opens at 3. He just woke up. Text him right now. Dom says, what time do you want to go? She says, at 3 or whenever everyone's ready as soon as possible. She says, low key, we should all go out to dinner tonight. Me and Kristen are down to go to the melting pot. Dom says, babe, I haven't been making money. The melting pot probably expensive on top of going karting. She says, go karting is only $22. We can go somewhere cheaper if you want to do that, babe. He says, like where? She says, I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to go karting at 3. We can find out then. Dom says, it's already 2:30. What's the plan? We all meeting? She says, we can meet at your house because we're waiting on Kyle pretty much. When should we come over? He says, Kenzie says, text Kyle. She says, we're ready. Dom says, I don't know. Let me text him. She says, let me know. Dom says, yeah, I think we're all just going to meet here. I need food right now, though. Kenzie says, what do you want? I want condado. She says, or you can just go eat real quick, then we can meet at your house. Dom says, I'm trying to make something here. I can't really find anything, though. Kenzie says, yeah, you can eat real quick. Like, when should we come over? She says, babe. He says, come over at like 3-ish. She says, is there any leftover pasta at your house? She says, bruh. He says, yeah, there is. She emphasized her question. He says, come over. She says, that was at 2:58. So then they must have hung out. At 11:02, she says, good night, babe. I love you so much. Dom says, I seen the blanket and the ball and wished it was you. He says, love you so much, babe. She says, I know. I hate leaving and having to sleep alone. Dom says, I've been driving you to school anyway. You really could sleep over. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like, and why is he having to pay for all of her stuff? You know what I mean? Like, he's like, yeah, I mean, I'm already driving you to school and paying for you everywhere. Like, you might as well just sleep over. He says, you have to when I'm at the new house. Mm. It's interesting too, because if you didn't hear the 2020 text messages, he he doesn't say I love you very much in the 2020 text messages. It's kind of a different dynamic. So it's interesting to see them saying that in 2021. She says, good morning, babe, on the 19th at 6:44 a.m. He says, good morning, babes. He says, I'm here at 7:14 a.m. She says, I'm coming. She says, babe. She says, what are you doing? He says, at home. What's good? She says, do you have anything you're about to do? I'm with Maddie and Kendra. Dom says, yeah, I was about to shower. Maybe go get some bank shit done. What's good? She says, we low key want to smoke a wood or something before school. It's okay if you don't want to, though. I can give you money if you want. Dom says, I told you that you got to hit me up before. I'm never going to be free if you don't hit me up earlier. Kenzie says, well, I'm not going to know earlier. It's a spontaneous thing. So are you not down? Dom says, yeah, I can't. She says, okay, babe. She says, what are you doing today? He says, I don't know, for real. What's good? She says, I'm home, babe, at 2:02 p.m. Dom says, what's the move? She says, check snap. She says, babe, at 7:39 p.m. Are you okay? Dom says, I don't F with dirty ass effing animals in my room. Kenzie says, I know, babe. If it makes you feel any better, Smokey's probably going to your room to feel safe, but I don't let him in. Dom says, I don't know what the F that means. Kenzie said, Smokey is scared of Nico, so he's going to your room because he knows he won't get attacked by Nico in your room. Dom says, okay. Kenzie says, babe, do you want me to leave? So she's over at his house. She's over at his house and he doesn't really want her there. She's in the bathroom. Yeah, exactly. She's in the master bedroom. She's a lazy, freaking entitled brat. She says, babe, do you want me to leave? He says, up to you. She says, babe, are you okay? I'ma leave, I think. She says, I won't leave if you don't want me to, babe. She says, okay, I'm leaving. Dom says, babe, I'm sorry you were making me feel better. Then you just made it a big deal. So I left. You can go home though, whatever. She says, I don't make anything a big deal. Question mark. You were the one shoving my arms away. I was trying to lay there and hold you. Dom says, you kept bothering me to breathe, then called me big and bad. Kenzie says, I can come back over anytime, any second. And I'm going to have really cute nails tomorrow, babe. Dom says, we're done. He says, never mind. I'm tweaking. She says, hold up, babe. He says, what? She says, I can come back right now. Like right now. He says, nah, it's cool. She says, babe, why would you say that? He says, say what? Kenzie says, I love you, babe. Like, I can come back right now. I don't want you to be mad at me for leaving. I left because I was just sitting there. I wanted to be there with you, babe. Now I feel like I made the wrong decision. Like, do you want me to come back? Dom says, no. She says, how are you going to do this to me? Dom says, what? She says, I literally sat all day alone, comforted you until you felt better, and then finally got the courage to leave so you can come calm down. Oh. Dom says, wow. At 8:47 p.m. Okay. Kenzie says, and then you're still so mean. Don't get me wrong, babe. I'll be there for you any second of the day. I'll come back any second. You're my world, babe. I'll always come for you. But it really makes me feel unappreciated when you do this to me. You know, it's really hard for me to make decisions. Of course, I picked to go home and it makes you upset. So now I'm upset. Dom says, if you feel unappreciated, then don't do anything at all. She says, why would I not do anything at all? Did you not read what I said? She says, I've done nothing wrong, babe. All I do is try to make you happy. She says, okay, cool, Dom. He doesn't respond. She says, so you're really just not going to say anything? Question mark. Dom says, I don't know what to say. Kenzie says, how? A bunch of exclamation marks and question marks. That was at 9:01. He says, love you, babe. I don't know what to do, babe. I'm so miserable. Kenzie says, do you want me to come back? Dom says, like, I tell myself every day I'm going to be happy and treat people good, but then I just waste my life being miserable. Kenzie says, you have to just try to not think about being miserable. That's usually what I do. And I don't think you've wasted your life at all. Do you want me to come back over? She says, if I do, you can't be mean though. Dom says, no. She says, babe, I don't want you to be miserable. I want to have a fun night with you, or at least get you to relax before bed. Dom says, we should go on a break. We see this a lot, like as we go through the text messages, right? Like Dom having some issues, and then it always happens to be with Kenzie. I just feel like he might have some issues, but I feel like everything with Kenzie drives him to another level. And I think that's why he's like, I don't want to be with you. Like, this is bad. Like, I think he was so sick of it. I do. I think he knew it was just emotionally draining him, you know? He says, "We should go on a break." Remember around the time they were, like, breaking up? Or maybe he was really ending it with for her that night of the crash, the morning night and morning of. He was trying to break up with her back in 2020. It's really sad how he stuck around. He says, "We should go on a break." This is March 19th, 2021. She says, "How the fuck am I the issue?" That's what I wanna know. He says, "You're not the issue." She says, "And I love you. You were to tell me this till I'm gone?" Like, "Nah, I'm doing none of that break shit." After what happened on other breaks, Dom says, "Cool." She says, "So you can decide what you wanna do with that." She says, "I love how you do this." Dom says, "I just want some space, but okay, we don't got to." Mm, these messages are breaking me. She is horrendous. I know. Hey, Shay and Ari Barbie. He says, "I just want some space, but we don't got to." She says, "You say I love you and tell me I'm beautiful and all of this, then you pull this shit." Dom says, "You assume it's all you. Why would you be the problem? Even if I broke up with you, why would you be the problem?" She says, "Because somehow everything is my fault. It always ends up being my fault or because of me." Dom said, "That's not what I'm saying." He says, "Okay." She says, "Like, why are you even mad today?" Dom says, "Why are you making this harder for me?" She says, "Because I did nothing and I'm probably struggling harder than you right now." Dom says, "I'm mad because my mind is on repeat every day and I try to change it." Kenzie says, "I haven't stopped crying." Dom says, "Why are you crying?" She says, "Dom, I haven't had any friends for 2 years." Melly, remember when she was scared of postings? It seems now she's lost that fear. She doesn't have any friends. I guess that could be a reason why she also got so attached to Dom. She really didn't have any friends. Hmm. She says, "Dom, I haven't had any friends for 2 years. I can't focus on shit. Like, I feel bad. Like, I feel like fucking shit all the time." Dom says, "What if I'm the problem?" Kenzie says, "Why would you be the problem? Like, why are you trying to break up? WTF?" Dom says, "Because we've been together for like 2 years." He said, "No, I'm not. Let's just drop it and talk tomorrow." Okay, you know how at the beginning of the live I showed the helicopter message in 2020, and he constantly like is trying to break up with her? I think these are like spiritual signs or some kind of signs, that the universe was telling Dom to get the fuck away because they break up like on and off like 200,070 times throughout these text messages. And he seems to know, that he has issues too. It's not just Kenzie. He says, "Let's drop it and talk tomorrow." He says, "I'm sorry. Can you answer me so I can relax?" He says, "I love you, babe." He says, "I'm sorry, babe." She doesn't respond. He says, "Good morning, babe. I love you." She doesn't respond until the next day at 3:19. She says, "On the way home." Dom says, "Let me see your nails." She says, "I'm home. My stomach is effed. I need to eat." Dom says, "Get home. Get some food then, babe." He says, "I'm about to chill with Trevor. You want to chill later?" She says, "How long are you going to be there?" "I just puked because my stomach hurts so bad, but it feels better now. After you leave Trevor's, do you want me to come over here and help me pick an outfit?" It's 4:15 p.m. Now that I'm revisiting these text messages, this whole puking thing, one of the people that was in jail with Kenzie said she had bulimia, and she does this a lot. Yes, she did break him. I agree, Tara. Imagine having to beg your other half for space or to see a friend. You can't change someone, but I think he wanted to be there for her. Ooh. She says, I just puked because my stomach hurts so bad, but it feels better now. She says, after you leave Trevor's, do you want to come over here and help me pick an outfit? She says, babe. He says, I'm with Blair too. He says, I'm with Blair too. She says, I for real hate your replies. You're so bad at answering. He says, yeah, I'll come help you, babe. She says, bruh, just don't even try because you still didn't answer to any of the things I was asking. She says, like, nah, you don't even need to come. Dom says, I thought you were going to repeat them on the phone and you hung up. Kenzie says, yeah, I'm not even going to try. It's just going to make me mad. So are you going to Trevor's or no? Dom says, yeah, I'm about to eat real quick, then go. She says, you're seriously so dry at 6:02 p.m. Like drier than a whole ass desert. Who doesn't call back after someone hangs up on them? Like for real, might need some water because your dryness is affecting me. Dom says, sorry, I was looking for my keys for so long. What's going on with you now? When do you want to come over? She says, I want to come. He says, when, babe? She said, scoop. He said, okay, I'm going to get gas and scoop. She says, the F, LMAO. Dom says, I didn't tell them. Kenzie says, oh. He says, I don't want Trevor to feel uninvited. But yeah. Gloogs. What does that mean? Because he says, Brett, you could literally tell them I invited you. Are you mad about it? She says. Question mark. Dom says, you just asked me if Megan can come. No, I don't care. Kenzie says, what time is it at? And yes, she wants to come with us. Dom says, I can ask if she can come. Kenzie said, okay, bet. Dom says, but I don't think he wanted many people going. Kenzie says, really? I heard it's going to be a huge party. Dom says, he said low-key party, but me and you can come. From who, he says. Kenzie says, Meg told hella people talking about it. Dom says, like who? She says, I don't know. Dom says, how did she know? Kenzie says, Megan and Robbie knows about it. I don't know how she knew. She just FaceTimed me. Dom says, Robbie who? Let me ask Thomas if he knows a Robbie. Kenzie said, Megan's ex. I don't know if he's going, he heard about it though. Dom says, Robbie who? She says, her boyfriend. But if Megan came, I don't know if she would come with or separate. Dom said, probably not, for real. Kenzie said, probably not what? She says, where you at 8:50 p.m.? He says, what is y'all doing? She says, hold on. She says, I'm sorry at 9:41 p.m. Please don't be mad. I'm rushing. Dom says, I don't know what's going on. LOL. I don't care. Kenzie said, okay, good. She says the next day, are you okay? At 10:37 a.m. Dom says, yeah. She says, where are you? He said, bathroom. She said, they're being annoying as fuck already, being weird about what stores we go to. Like, I didn't bring you here. Shit's so annoying. Dom says, who's us? Who is? She says, Haley and Megan. Dom says, oh, that's gay. Just ignore them. Kenzie says, I am. I just wanted to go into this candy store and they all didn't want to go in. So we just didn't go. Dom says, what about your mom? Instead of saying, do you want to go here? Just be like, let's go here real quick. Like, then what are they going to say? No, LOL. He says, babe. And then he sends pictures of couches. He's looking for furniture because he's about to move in next door. He's sending a lot of pictures of couches. She says, bruh, everyone's pissing me the F off. Like, I cannot stand anyone right now. Everyone is annoying. All I wanted to do is eat somewhere nice. But now are you going to the shitty ass restaurant? Now, wait, what? Now are you going to the shitty ass restaurant? Dom says, why, babe? He says, why just not go? Kenzie says, I just want to go home. This has not been fun at all. Now we're all going to shitty ass cheesecake. Like, I do not want to eat at the Cheesecake Factory at all. Like, I'm just not going to eat. Dom says, just go home, then don't even go. She says, I fucking hate today. What a great day. What a great way to ruin a day. I'm trying to leave, but no one wants to. They literally made today so bad. She sends a picture. Dom says, where are you at? Sends a picture again. She says, great answer. Dom says, I must have opened it by accident. He says, what did you get? What are you doing now, babe? She says, I just got back. I'm with Haley. We're so excited that we're finally smoking. She was just mad though. What's her issue? She's such a mean girl. Dom seems like a good guy. So sad that he is gone. He is a good guy. He was a great boyfriend to her. Kenzie's getting more action in jail than before the murders. Ew. He knocks. Wow, I never had thought of her being, she's pure evil. Yeah, I think she would make herself sick to make Dom feel bad. I think she really truly had an eating disorder. I think he just, Are You Barbie says, I think he just felt a trauma bond with her and wanted to go, but couldn't work himself up to leave. Was she living with him at this point? No, he's about to move in next door. And she ends up forcing herself in there. He says, like, yeah, you can stay with me and stuff, but she ends up being the one who like moves in there. She says, I just got back with Haley. We're so excited. We're finally smoking. Literally, we've been waiting all day. We both haven't smoked since the morning. She's very dependent on the smoking. Like, I don't mind it. Okay, whatever. If you want to smoke. But like, she's really dependent on it. Dom says, I feel that you probably about to get so fried. She says, I already feel so fried. I took one hit. Dom says, imagine if you didn't smoke this morning at 8:58 p.m. Wait, what time? She says, I'm already so fried. I took one hit. Kenzie says, Haley didn't smoke this morning. That bitch is about to be fried. Dom says, she don't smoke as much as you. Kenzie says, I'm getting up there. LOL. Haley said that. She says, true though. I'm high AF though. Dom says, yeah, I'm about to smoke too. And what does she mean she's getting there? Like high or smoke as much? Kenzie said, she's going to try to smoke more. LOL. She says, what you smoking? Do you want to come over here? Dom says, I don't know. For real, maybe just bong or something. He says, I could, but Blair is still here though. She says, I mean, he could come if he really wants to. LOL. Dom says, he left at 9:56 p.m. He says, I had to clean up next door real quick too, because it's finally getting clean tomorrow. Then I can get all my shit over there. Kenzie says, I'm dropping her off. Dom says, how was IKEA? Kenzie says, it was raw AF. Dom says, that's what's up. What couch do you like, babe? Kenzie says, my mom asked if I was okay because I'm not doing any of my schoolwork. Wait, remember in the documentary, Natalie says, like, oh, she always got good grades. Like, she was a good student. We know she paid people to do her schoolwork. And here she talks about you being concerned. My mom asked me if I was okay because I'm not doing any of my schoolwork. It just made me really sad. At the same time, I wonder, you guys, like, if there was a mental health issue that maybe we don't know about with Kenzie and Natalie and Steve, maybe that's why they enable her and, like, I guess feel guilty for it. You know what I mean? Natalie lied about everything. Yeah, she did. I feel like if they just know something we don't know, and so that's why they just are how they are with Kenzie, or if they're actually just clueless. I don't know. What do you think? She says, "It just made me really sad." Dom says, "Well, are you okay, babe?" He says, "My nose is bleeding now." She says, "I'm sad." She says, "Come over, babe." She says, My nose is chillin'." Dom says, "Babe, it's already 10:40. I was about to sleep." Kenzie says, "Babe." Dom says, "I'll sleep over." He says, "What couch do you like, babe?" Kenzie says, "You probably won't be allowed, babe, because my mom is okay now. Let me look at them. Hold on." Dom says, "You gotta come sleep at my house, babe." Kenzie says, "You found some good ones. So this is what I think. If you get a fabric couch, you should get a darker color because of ash and just messes. It's honestly a hard pick. I'm gonna like the ones I fuck with the most, though." Dom says, "Babe, no one is smoking or eating on my now nice couches. This couch is for cuddling and effing for my babes." Kenzie sends the emojis. Dom says, check first one. Super soft. This is why I'm not getting leather. I'll get leather for somewhere else." He sends pictures of the couch. He says, "See how soft it looks? It's like my blanket." Kenzie said, "Yeah, it does look soft AF." Dom says, "Actually, no." Then Kenzie sends pictures of couches. She says, "Those are my faves." Dom says, "I don't know what it's like. It's like soft, furry stuff, though." Kenzie says, What if it gets hair on your hoodies and shit?" She says, "FaceTime me at 10:46 p.m." Dom says, $4,000. Kenzie says, "Bruh, that's hella." Dom said, "Not as comfy as the first one." She says, "It looks so comfy." Dom says, "I like this one too." He says, "It won't get hair. It's part of the couch, babe, not a dirty animal." Kenzie said, "It's nice and simple. You could add some cool pillows, like a little weed leaf one." Dom says, "The couch is pretty expensive, but to be honest, best couch for deal is a fuzzy one, but I want it to look cool, you know?" She says, "How much is it?" "Honestly, you have good taste. All of the couches you picked are good." Dom said, "That one is like 2,600, but I think we get deals." Kenzie said, "Damn, that's not that bad. The couch looks way better than the darker one. And the darker one is more expensive." Dom sends more pictures of couches. He says, "I feel like it's one of these three." Kenzie says, "I agree. The first one really feels homey. It's really cute. Oh, and I just love corner couches like that. Like, why did you have to pick such good ones?" Dom says, "Which one would you be more comfortable on your back?" That For your back. That last one almost looks the best. Kenzie says, "You're putting me on the spot and shit. It looks comfy, just how the pillows are like smushed together." Dom said, "But first is most comfortable." Kenzie says, "I like that one. I wish I could come test them with you. We should be doing positions and shit in the furniture store." Dom says, "We can probably go tomorrow." LOL. She says, "I'm down because I want to test them out." She says, "I got some cute stuff today, babe. Only one thing." Dom says, "What is it?" She says, "It's a little corset." Honestly, a couch for $4,000 is a lot, like for high schoolers. Do you know what I mean? Like, damn. I wish we could talk to her. She absolutely made him feel trapped. He cares too much. He should have thought for himself. Honestly, her opinion doesn't matter. He's paying for it. I agree, guys. $4,000, 2,600 for a couch. It's a lot. She says it's a little corset. She loves those corset things. Dom said, "What's that?" That was at 11:01 p.m. Then it jumps to the next morning. She says, "Morning, my babe. I love you." Dom says, "I love you too, babes." She says, "I don't feel good, babe." Sends a sad emoji meme thing. He says, "What's wrong, babe?" She says, "My stomach hurts bad AF at 10:06 a.m. What's with her always being like so sick? He says, "Is there anything you can do?" She says, "Bruh, I'm about to drop everyone. Like, I for real do not like anyone. Why is everyone RAAF? Like, yeah, let's talk about plans right in front of me. Guess who's not getting bong hits today?" Dom said, "What's happening, babe?" She says, the bong hits. She says, "For real, Kendra and Maddie just talking plans in front of me. Like, how were y'all raised? People for real annoy the fuck out of me." Dom says, "Why does everyone do that?" She says, "I don't know. I'm just about to not let them smoke. Like, everyone knows how bad I want to go on vacay. Like, I'm mad. I, I'm mad as fuck." Dom sends an emoji. He says, "Just get dropped off at my house." She says, "They can watch me hit the bong." Dom says, "Make plans to smoke with me in front of them." Kenzie says, "I have driving school at 12. I want to smoke with you." Dom said, "What do you mean driving school?" Kenzie says, "I have to go drive around with some weird driving instructor." Dom says, "At 12, though? What about school?" She says, "I'm skipping." Dom says, "Oh, nice." She says, "I don't really care. I don't feel good anyway. I want to hang today," she says at 10:52 a.m. "I'm for real, still just mad AF." Dom says, "Well, you can come smoke if you want." She says, like, WTF? Seriously, though, who makes plans in front of someone else? Like, ew. Dom says, "I don't know, for real. I don't know what to think of that." She says, "Exactly. It's for real weird and disrespectful." Dom says, "Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest." Kenzie says, "Yeah, and they also just invited this bitch over to my house, and she's asking why we have to go in my house. Like, the F? You mean, why are we going in?" Dom says, "I don't know. Tell him to go home." Kenzie says, "About to go to driving school." Dom said, "That's what's up." He said, "How long is it?" He says, "Someone left their bag in my back seat." Kenzie says, "What?" She says, "I did good on my driving." She says, "I'm still here." Dom said, "Still what?" He says, "There's a string bag in my back seat, Megan or Haley's, but it looks like a dude's bag." Kenzie says, "Weird AF. Send a pic." She says, "I'm still doing driving school." Dom says, "I'm about to take a shower. I will after." She says, "We should have a cookout. It's hot AF at 1:25 p.m. Dom says, "I don't know what the move is." She says, "Babe." Dom says, "When are you done with driving school?" She says, "Now." Dom says, "Okay, bet." She says, "My mom is annoying AF." Dom says, "I gotta run and meet my dude though." Kenzie says, "I for real hate my house." Dom says, "What is going on, babe?" She says, "I'm home, babe." Dom says, "I'm gonna be home soon." She says, "I don't feel good," at 3:47 p.m. I don't know. A part of me thinking maybe she didn't hate her house. Maybe she didn't hate her house and she just uses that as an excuse to infiltrate Dom in his life. You know, like a narcissist controlling person. Maybe she didn't hate her house. Maybe we got it twisted. That's possible, right? We know Natalie and Steve are some way, but maybe she was just doing that to get into his house and continue to emotionally abuse him. Everything was for attention. Why wouldn't anyone let her behind the wheel? Only thing I'll agree with her on is her mom is annoying. Other one is permanent. Who knows with her, says Green. She says, "I don't feel good again." Dom says, "What's wrong, babe?" Dom says, "You want me to come over now?" Kenzie says, "Sure, baby." He says, "Okay, I'm on the way." Then it jumps to the next morning at 10:43 a.m. She says, "Good morning, babe. What are you doing?" She says, "Are you good?" Dom says, "Yeah, why?" He said, "How's school?" She says, "You haven't hit me up all day." It's 10:44 a.m. He says, "I got up late and gotta do shit." She says, "What are you doing? Should I wear shorts today?" Dom says, "Driving to Bradbury real quick, then I'm gonna go home and shower and probably go to Big Lots and Walmart." Kenzie says, "What are you doing there?" I don't want to go to school. Dom says, getting furniture, minute cards, shit like that. Kenzie says, I want to help. Dom says, okay. She says, should I wear shorts today? Dom said, it's not that sunny, so probably not. She says, okay. I do not want to go to school. Dom says, just go. You got spring break soon. Kenzie says, Kendra, Maddie, and Olivia want me to go to Toledo with them. What you think? Dom says, why? I'm not even going to let you say why. You're not going there. Toledo's the third largest in the country for human trafficking, and it's just an F city, anyways. Kenzie says, I'm pretty sure a parent is going to be there. Dom says, then you should be chilling. I thought y'all was going. Like there is in Toledo and shit. That's a hell nah. Kenzie said, wait, what? Dom says, you ain't never heard of that? Like Toledo's the worst city in the country for all that weird shit. Like most ISIS members, most human trafficking, other shit. I forget though. Kenzie says, me and Kendra are dipping school early. What are you doing? At 1:48 p.m. He says, I'm with Blair. We're smoking a bong. Kenzie says, do you want to go on a boon? Me and Kendra are picking up a surprise. Dom says, I need to go to Walmart first and get a minutes card. Kenzie says, can we come? Dom says, to Walmart? Kenzie says, yeah, we don't have much time. Dom says, for what? She says, to hang out before we drop Kendra off or before Kendra walks back to school. Dom said, that's not much time. I could just go to Walmart, then we can chill later because I need to go to Big Lots too. Kenzie says, babe. Dom says, what? She says, I'm alone now on the way home at 2:20 p.m. Dom says, I'm going to Walmart. She says, okay. Dom says, are you mad? Do you want Chick-fil-A? She says, sure. I'm not mad, babe. She says, wish she could get chicken minis. She says, really want them. Dom says, LOL. He says, what do you want? Should I get you first or just grab it on the way home? Kenzie says, just grab it on the way home. Try to get chicken minis, or you could just give me chicken nuggets and some fries. He says, bet, I got you. She says, where you at? He says, by McDonald's. Here, pretty much, he says. I'm not mad, babe. You don't have to be in the car. She says, are you sure? Dom says, yeah. Grab my key and come over. That's at 4:44 p.m. She says, like, for real though, I love how driving 18 minutes away to get ice cream on a nice day is a pain in the ass for you. That's what they're talking about. She says, so fun for me. Like, this is what I can't wait till I can drive. I'm so sick of people stopping my fun. Okay, so she wants to drive to get ice cream. And Dom doesn't want to. Dom says, I asked if we could get some from the store. You said no. We'll go after we smoke. But for real, I don't have money. I showed you my stock portfolio. I'm losing money in that too. I'll spend singles though. Kenzie said, one, if money is an issue, I can obviously pay. Two, I told you where I wanted to go. Like, this is so annoying. Dom says, I'm down $1,600 in stocks and crypto. Kenzie says, like, every time I say you have no money, I can pay. Dom says, okay, well, cool, pay then. I already said we can go. Kenzie says, okay, we can go to my house and get my purse. Dom says, okay. She says, question mark, question mark, question mark at 5:58 p.m. She says, should I just leave? I'm for real bored AF. Dom says, question mark. She says, like, I could fall asleep. Dom says, why? Kenzie says, like, y'all are just talking. What do you mean, why? Did you not read? I'm for real sick of everyone. Sends 4 question marks. Yeah, I'm definitely leaving. Dom says, okay, at 6:00 p.m. He says, we could get ice cream after this blunt if you want. She says, sounds so fun. You're probably just going to be mad the whole time. Like, for real, everyone is dry and no one wants to do anything. Dom says, you've been mad all day. She says, yeah, I'm leaving. You're really disrespectful and all you care about is what you're doing. Dom says, babe, you could be chilling with me, but you're just in the bathroom. Kenzie said, because Blair's annoying AF and you're just going to be mean to me. Dom says, you've been making it worse all day. Kenzie says, nah, you've been making it worse. Dom says, sure. She says, and you're talking to me the wrong way. I'd watch how you're texting me. She always wants to fight in front of his friends. You know what I mean? He can never hang out with his friends without a fight or something going on. This is a threat. I'd watch how you text me. She does this quite frequently with Dom though. She's so gross. I know. She's just jealous of his friends. She's trying to isolate him, which yes, drive them away, says Green. Which she does accomplish. She does accomplish that towards the end. Reading these texts while watching the stream and the other stream pissed me off. Dom deserved better, and Davion deserved better. I know. She says, I'd watch how you're texting me. Dom says, how? She says, yeah, for real, everyone loves to waste my time and fun. Like, I'm so fun and everyone's boring and weird. I'm sick of it. Dom says, well, what do you suggest to do that's fun? Kenzie says, I always have tons of ideas. You never want to drive, so I don't say them because you probably would just get mad at me for asking. Dom says, like what? I'll go to North Royalton right now. Kenzie says, abandoned buildings, food, different cities, outdoor malls, zoos, aquariums, trampoline parks. I could keep going. She says, bruh. Dom says, how come whenever you ask to do something fun, I have to think of something then? Kenzie says, tell Blair to turn it off right now. He's so annoying. Dom says, turn what off? The music? She says, like, why is the volume on 99? The music is hurting my ears. It's ass. And yes, I'm going to leave and get ice cream with my mom. She actually wants to go with me. Not just because I'm mad. Dom says, I said we can go. Kenzie says, we didn't even smoke. Dom says, you didn't come smoke. She says, I'm going home. Dom says, the blunt is rolled up. I said we can go to North Royalton right now for the ice cream. She says, nah, y'all already smoked without me. I wonder if this part about Natalie coming to get her and taking her to ice cream, like some of these times, I think when she comes and gets her, I can't help but think in the back of my mind, like, you know why you're coming to get her. You obviously can't tell her to calm down, chill out, because she knows Kenzie is not capable of that. You know what I mean? At least that's what I think. She's like, oh, better go get her before hell breaks loose. She says, nah, you already smoked without me. Dom said, the blunt isn't even sparked. You haven't even been chilling with me anyways. You're just being, you just been making me feel like shit. I have enough stress between my house and stocks and legal trouble with Lana and possible legal trouble with Blair. Kenzie says, why do you always make the situation about you? Dom says, why is that making it about me? I'm just telling you that I'm stressed. You're making me more stressed, is all I'm saying. Kenzie says, I'm texting you about how I am mad because no one, including you, never wants to do anything fun. And you just say that. Dom says, okay, sure. We do be doing shit. We just don't plan it good. Kenzie says, makes no sense. I for real hate my life. Can't wait till I'm an adult so I can just do what I want. Dom said, well, then no, because then you just got to make bread all the time. You don't have freedom now. And you won't have freedom when you're an adult either, unless you make that bread. Kenzie says, yeah, I'll just be a stripper. and do hair. Yeah, remember Kenzie and the prostitution stuff? Mm. This, I think, what could have been the reason why they were fighting in that car. I thought maybe Dom saw something on her phone. We're gonna talk about this in the members only, but she clearly has no problem with this type of lifestyle. She says, "Yeah, I'll just be a stripper and do hair. Trust me, I'll have money." Dom says, "Cool, go be a stripper. What a great way to make bread." LMAO. Kenzie said, "So y'all just awkwardly sitting in there?" And it is. Dom says, "Yeah, that's what we're doing." She says, "I thought you would want to hang before I go to Toledo, but I guess you're just going to ruin this nice day and be annoying." Dom says, "Babe, you're ruining it. You're choosing to be mad. You can come chill with us, but you're trying to argue." Kenzie says, "Like, you just escalate the problem by continuing to be an asshole." Dom says, "Okay, babe." She says, "Why would I want to come sit on the floor and go on my phone? I'm doing that in here, but I have a seat." Let me get her a drink of my water. You could see the light on the side of his car. Okay, yeah, I want to talk about that on a different live. Yeah, Dom found out. Dom knew though. Dom maybe found out to what extent, but come on, you guys. Dom knew. He knew. Remember, because of the whole foot thing. Can't do what you want now. Yeah. That's typical narcissist saying, "Why is everything about always about you when it's the other way around?" I saw was she in oh really? She pretended to be crying. She says, "I'm why would I want to come sit on the floor and go on my phone? I'm doing that in here, but I have a seat." Don says, "We don't have to chill in there. I'm just waiting for you." He says, "I'm not doing this anymore," at 6:20 p.m. She says, "Waiting for me to do what?" In caps with a bunch of question marks and exclamation marks, like 200 of them. Dom says, "To chill with me?" Kenzie says, "I do not want to sit on the floor. We can smoke or I'm just going to leave. I'm not sitting here any longer." Dom says, "I didn't say we had to sit on the floor in here, babe. I said earlier I've been sitting on the floor waiting for you to come chill. I don't want to sit here any longer, too. The shit ass, like WTF." Kenzie says, "So what are you doing? Like, I swear to God, you don't read. Are we smoking now or am I leaving?" Question mark, question mark, question mark. Dom says, "What are we what?" She sends more question marks and more question marks. Dom says, "We can smoke now?" Question mark. "I've been waiting. Or you can leave." I said that. Kenzie said, "Oh my God. Yeah, I'm leaving. You're for real annoying." Dom says, "Babe, what do you mean? You're not making sense," he says at 6:30 p.m. Kenzie says, "Like, why the F do you have to make things so fucking complicated?" Dom says, "I'm really not." Kenzie says, "Get the fuck up and smoke or don't, and I'm going to leave. Like, it's not that hard." Dom says, "Where do you want me to go?" "I've been waiting for you to, though." Kenzie said, "I said it 7,000 times. If we keep sitting here, I'm gonna leave. Like, you don't read ever." Dom says, "You want me to come in the bathroom?" Kenzie says, "You literally can never read. You read like two words, then reply. Who the F does that?" Dom says, "Okay, I won't do that." She says, "It's common sense to know not to do that." Like, question mark, exclamation mark. Dom says, "I didn't know I was doing it." Kenzie says, "How? I tell you every time you do it." Dom says, "I don't know. I guess you're smarter than me with that." Kenzie says, "Yeah, I know." Dom says, "For sure." Kenzie says, I'm just about to fall asleep. By the way, it's only 6:35 p.m. She says, so wake me up when you're done sitting on the floor. Dom says, I've been waiting for you so I can get off the floor. Kenzie says, you're for real dumb. I'm leaving. Dom says, we could have smoked and got ice cream a grip ago. We can still get ice cream for real if you want. Kenzie says, why would I want to go get ice cream with someone that doesn't even want to go? You really just left me over here. Dom says, babe, I want to go. I've just been worried about money, babe. But it's okay. I'm just tripping. Kenzie says, clearly you don't. Like if you really cared, you wouldn't left me in this house alone. You would have came to fix the problem. You would have been in here trying to cheer me up. Like you literally just made everything worse. Dom says, babe, I ran over real quick to finish the Chick-fil-A. It took 2 minutes. Who cares if I left you in the house alone? Like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Kenzie says, I do. And you know why. And you didn't even tell me. Yes, because that's the way to de escalate the situation. Like I said, I'm just going to stop talking so you don't freak out and scare me. And then you just hit that right in front of me. She says, are you done? He says, done what? She says, throwing a fit. Dom says, why? She said, because if you're not done, I'm leaving. More question marks. Dom says, why even try now? Kenzie said, okay, cool. Thanks. I don't even want ice cream anymore. How can you make someone so sad that they don't even want ice cream? She's so manipulative. Dom says, you shouldn't just left before and got it then. Kenzie says, so do you want to drive me home? Because my mom had daycare moms over. Someone left a comment on this on yesterday's live and they were like, Natalie Shirilla was running a daycare and they were just smoking and stuff in the house. Yes. Yes, they were. Allegedly. Now, I don't know what time she ran her fucking daycare at, but yes, it was in her home. And yes, Kenzie was living there. Yes, taking bong rips and playing with the kids, which I guess it wouldn't be so bad as except that that's not for Natalie Shirilla to decide how people's kids are going to be exposed to marijuana. Like, I don't have a problem with it. We're 420 friendly here, but when it comes to introducing a substance to other kids that are not yours, I don't even have kids and here I am talking. So let me know how you feel, I guess. I would be like, hell nah. You know what I mean? Hi, La Karma. Good to see you, love. I know we could send these. Oh, I don't see what you're sending. Hmm. Wow. Yeah. What? No way. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I draw the line there, but maybe I'm just, hands up again, says Care Bear. Yeah. She says, because my mom had daycare moms over. Or are you gonna make me walk? Question mark, question mark, question mark. More question marks. Dom says, I can drive you. Kenzie says, never mind at 7:04 p.m. She's coming. Dom says, oh, okay. Kenzie says, you honestly fucked up. But am I surprised? Not really, she says. Dom says, why, babe? Kenzie says, LMAO. Did you really just ask why? Dom says, do you want to come hit the wood? I just sparked it. Kenzie says, of course. You wait till my mom's on the way to spark the wood. I am for real so fed up with everyone. Like, no one thinks before they do anything. Dom says, baby, you never came to smoke. Kenzie said, like, God, this is actually making me feel smart, and I never do. Dom says, you want to just restart and chill tomorrow? Kenzie says, yeah, you really fucked up. Hope you're enjoying the wood with Blair. Dom says, what's going to happen? He says, hey, babe. So wait, he says, what's going to happen at 7:14 p.m.? Then he says, hey, babe, at 8:52 p.m. He says, "Good night, babe. I love you. I don't want to fight," at 11:25 p.m. She's not responding. The next morning on 3/24/2021, he says at 8 a.m., "Babe?" question mark. She says, "What's up?" at 10:51 a.m. Dom says, "How is today going?" He sends her a link to a YouTube video. She said, "It's okay, I guess. I got no sleep because my room was hot." She says, "Who, me or you?" Dom says, "Me." Kenzie said, "I'm gonna watch when I get to school. Is that a good or bad thing?" Dom says, "Eh." Sends another YouTube video. I can't tell what it is. She says, "I'm gonna watch both soon. I've been doing notes." She says, "Are you good?" Dom says, "Yeah." She says, "That video is sad AF." Dom says, "Right?" She says, "What are you doing today?" "It's nice out." Dom says, "I don't know. Gotta go to court in about an hour." Kenzie says, "You never told me that." "For Lana? What's gonna happen?" Dom says, "No, for an armed robbery." Kenzie says, "What? You?" Dom, text back right now. "You better not be joking. It's not funny when you joke about that." She says, "WTF?" Emphasizes her own message. Send some question marks. Dom says, "I was in the shower." Kenzie said, "Okay, answer." More question marks. She said, "Like, I swear to God, you answer but ignore my questions." Dom says, "They dropped me at the house but didn't pick me up." Kenzie says, "Oh." Dom says, "Armed home invasion." Kenzie says, I forgot about that. I thought it was over. What's happening with that?" Dom said, "With what? I'm confused what you're talking about right now." Kenzie says, "How? We're only talking about one thing. What is happening with court? Why is it still going on? It's really annoying to have to explain the fuck out of everything." Dom says, "I don't know what's going on with court." She says, "How?" Dom says, "I haven't went today, and last time I didn't go inside." Kenzie said, "Well, what's the possible charge?" Dom says, "I don't know right now." He said, "What should I wear, shorts or pants?" She says, "It's nice out. I'd wear shorts, but be professional and wear pants." He then sends her more YouTube links. She says, "Babe, what is wrong?" at 1:54 p.m. He says, "It's a good video." She says, "Are you there?" Dom says, "No, I didn't have to go." Kenzie says, "Why did you just not text me then?" Dot, dot, dot. Dom says, "What do you mean, babe?" "Every time you text, I text back." Kenzie says, "What are you doing today?" Dom says, "I'm at the crib with Kyle right now. I don't know what I'm doing." "What are you doing?" She says, "I'm just relaxing, like low key sleeping." Dom says, "You want to do anything?" He says, "I'm down bad in crypto right now." Kenzie says, "What happened?" Just when I think you're done being a dick." Oh, whoa, wait. Sometimes it jumps like that. She says, "What happened?" at 8:14 p.m. Then she says, Just when I thought you're done being a dick." "Of course you're not." Dom says, "You were being a dick first." Kenzie says, "You're such a bitch. No wonder I'm going to Toledo." I'm uncomfortable when partners call each other the B word. Yeah. It was also growing in the house. Oh, the weed. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, Derek Nelson, for being here. I hate when she treats him like he's dumb. I don't like this. She says, "You're such a bee. No wonder I'm going to Toledo." Like, when your head is out of your ass, you can text me. Maybe you shouldn't even have started crypto because all you've done is be a dick ever since you started. Dom says, "Babe, you got mad because I had a bad response. Then I started focusing on you and you got mad and didn't say anything. Now you're mad because I said you're being a dick first. This is you. Don't try and make it seem like it's me," says Dom. Kenzie said, "If this is me, do something about it." Like, what a great way to ruin my day. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened to you. Dom says, "I'm not going to do anything about it because it's not worth being mad over or wasting my time because I love you." Oh my God. these parts where he's like so good to her and I cannot fathom this. I'm just like, my heart breaks for him, literally. Legal trouble with, but yeah, Dom had legal trouble before. I don't think it was anything. I don't know, to be honest. No, girl, bye. Why we know why everyone just blocks her, hangs up with her. When you can go up and be nice, that's when you can come around. Ugh. The verbal abuse, that's a thing, you guys. That degrades and brings people down. It's a loss of respect. It's a loss of showing love. Hard to listen to her, but being so nasty. This is who she is. That's why when I had Dom's sister for the interview and she's like, "Oh, I don't want to hear the text messages." I can empathize with that. I really can. But at the same time, I'm like, minus the text messages and her socials out of the case, what would have been then? They might have actually thought it was an accident. But the fact that we have all this proof that she was vile, abusive, impulsive, dangerous helps the case. Words can be as bad as physical violence. Thank you, Crash Boom Bang. I think so as well. She says, like, I don't know what the fuck happened to you. Dom says, I'm not going to do anything about it because it's not worth being mad over or wasting my time because I love you. Because he says, this is not you. When you can talk to me with some respect, we can talk again. Oh, this makes me mad. Respect, Kenzie? Like, you think you deserve respect? Please. You get what you put out there, babes. Did Natalie Shirilla not teach you that? Like, you don't show him any respect at all whatsoever. There's not enough bad words to explain her, says Skies. Green says, Amen, Melly. I lived that and I'm still not okay. Verbal is awful. Me too. Me too. I was actually in a really bad place. It actually, yeah, I'm not gonna go into it about it now, but like I was in an abusive relationship, but it was more like mentally and verbally abusive. And it completely changed who I was 360. It's that relationship I tell you guys. Like if my parents didn't step in, I don't know what it would have happened. I was in such a dark mental place. That's why I can empathize with Dom and Kenzie too. But like I was older, so it's a little bit different. But, they're young. They're young to be feeling like this at such a young age. Just, I guess age is nothing but a number, right? Kenzie says, that is not you. When you can talk to me with some respect, we can talk again. Dom says, I think you're being more disrespectful than I am, babe. Absolutely. Mentally and verbal can be worse, says No More Yerks. Yeah. These texts solidify the case. I was optimistic about this being an accident until I heard the text. Thank you. Thank you, Crash Boom Bang. That was a long time ago, but still, my point is that I can speak on it because I've lived it. The golden rules. It does change you for sure. It's just like if you're in a bad place already and you have someone degrading you and belittling you, it sends you into a spiral. It's only human nature. We're only fucking humans, not robots. Unless your name is Kenzie, we all have feelings and emotions. I guess she has feelings when she's feeling down, but she killed 2 people. He says, I think you're being more disrespectful than I am, babe. Kenzie says, nah, but for real, I sleep like all day and you can't even keep a convo with me. Of course, you're still not getting it. Like, are you dumb? Dom says, you can't even keep a convo. You called me a dick for not talking. What a good way to have a convo. LOL. Kenzie says, yeah, we're not cool. Dom says, like, why don't you just drop it and we can talk in a little? Like, I'm sorry I didn't talk on the phone. Kenzie says, I need 2 carts and I was going to ask you to bring the rest of the Don Julio to Toledo. So you start this whole fight and then you're like, but give me your weed and give me your alcohol. Mal says, I can't. Hi, love. JRL and Kenzie look alike. She's so selfish. We are not. Right, Laura? She says, give me your weed and give me the Don Julio. She says, God, I can't wait till I'm free. Dom says, free from what? And we're not cool. Kenzie said, from everyone's bullshit and attitude. And no, if you're going to talk to me how you've been texting me, nah, we're not. Like, you would think you would be excited to talk to me and have something to say. Like, I swear, if I just disappeared, no one would text me. Well, Kenzie, maybe you should have thought about how you treat people, right? God damn. Wait, you guys, she's still a kid. So who's responsible here for teaching her the ways of the world? Drumroll. Natalie Shirilla. Her parents. She says, like, I swear, if I just disappeared, no one would text me. Dom says, bruh, I answered your call immediately. You just had to give me a sec. Kenzie said, that's not the fucking point. Honestly, just keep playing your game, she says at 8:27 p.m. Dom says, you're mad I didn't give you full attention immediately? Kenzie says, no, I'm mad because you can't keep a single sentence with me. And then you just disrespected the fuck out of me over an iMessage. Dom says, how? You started calling me a dick and a dumbass and shit. Kenzie says, how? Question mark. Scroll up and read how you were talking to me. And you were being a dick. And you still don't care and you still haven't apologized. I'm fed up with this shit. Dom doesn't respond. So she says, okay, cool. Dom still doesn't respond. She says, you are for real just making one dumb decision after one dumb decision. Like WTF. Dom sends a screenshot of their messages. She emphasizes her message. She emphasizes her other message. She says, yeah, I'm done. Oh my gosh. We've gone through these before and we're like, we've prayed for her to actually be done. Could you imagine if they would have broke up in March of 2021? He would still be here. He would have had the chance to date someone else that was good to him and for him. She says, yeah, I'm done. He says, with what? She says, you can just chill with Kyle every day. He says, Kyle is gone. You're not acting normal. She says, maybe because I've been sleeping all day, because I've been sad AF for months. You know this. That's when I call you when I finally can stop falling back asleep. You just make me even more sad. Then I just want to go back to sleep. Wait, you guys, pause. Remember the part where she was on antidepressants? Remember in the jail police interview, Dominic's brother, Angelo, says that she used to be on antidepressants, but he doesn't know when she got off of them. She stopped taking them. So I'm wondering if this is all like part of it too, you know? Like maybe she should be on meds and she's not, and she was and she's off. You know what it does to your psyche? That messes you up. Antipsychotics are no joke. She will never apologize for real, and hopefully she will rot in prison. She has no coping skills or emotional regulation capabilities. Yeah, that's a good point, Cree, but I wonder like how. Was she ever kind to him? No, not that we think so. Look how she blows up over the dumbest shit and it gets worse and worse. I'm pretty sure he told her he was done for good and she flipped the F out. Especially not taking them on and off. Exactly. She was probably on a mood stabilizer. Because she says, then I just want to go back to sleep. Dom says, babe, you got to understand that you came at me first, but I'm sorry. Because he says, no, you started this by being dry as fuck on the call. I'm going back to bed. Dom says, you didn't have to be that mean. Kenzie says, how am I being mean at all? Obviously, I'm hurt. Dom says, babe, you started being mean because I was dry. Like you could have handled it differently. She says, so could have you. Like, why would you start being a dick to me? Dom says, babe, you were mean to me first and more mean. And I'm the only one that said sorry. Kenzie says, it doesn't help that you've been mean for 2 days straight. Dom says, I was barely mean yesterday, and that was yesterday. You can't let yourself be mad about that today. Like, how are you going to live your life, then be upset for days because someone made you mad? Kenzie says, I'm not mad. I'm hurt. I said that like 4 times. Dom said similar things at 9 o'clock p.m. Then it jumps to the next morning. He says, good morning, babe, at 8:59 a.m. She says, you're really still going to be dry after we've been fighting for days? Dom says, how am I still being dry? I'm not trying to fight anymore. You're the one who keeps making it a fight. Kenzie says, you're the only one who thinks that. You haven't even gave me a sincere apology. You don't even try to get a hold of me to make me feel better. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel so you can fucking fix it, but you're not getting the hint. This is at 10:33 a.m. too. Like he woke up right into this argument. Dom says, why do I have to give a hint? Why can't you just tell me then? She says, I did tell you several times. She says, I know what I deserve and how I should be treated. They should have never been together, says ASB. She's so controlling, especially if she wants to sleep all the time. That's depression at its best. Talk about mind F. I know. I think it's whatever the problem was in that car. It was her absolute inability to control her rage that made her put that car into the wall. Meds could play a part, especially if there's a lack of communication. She's not kind to anybody unless they're doing something for her and giving her attention. I never heard any kindness only when she wanted something from him. Why is she always sick? Good question. Mal says she deserves nothing. He should have never texted her. But you guys are seeing, right? From following the texts and stuff, you're seeing how it's possible she could have just effing snapped in that car. Like, look at how she's snapping in these texts and in the video where she's threatening Dom's life and to key his car and all this stuff, you know? She says, I know what I deserve and how I should be treated. Dom says, you're being so mean though. Kenzie says, don't you think you would be mean too if you were hurt and no one was doing anything about it? Dom says, you called me a bitch and said, no wonder I'm going to Toledo, then said you shouldn't even started crypto when I'm down $4,000. You're hurt. I didn't want to get ice cream. Kenzie says, yeah, I'm hurt. You never want to go do anything fun with me because it's a chore for you. Do anything fun with you? You flipped out over ice cream. Kids under 18 shouldn't be put on antidepressants. I just can't get past this part. She always pisses me off. It was a chore. Dude, Dom did everything she wanted to. Like, shut up, Kenzie. Dom says, I had a lot of things going on, babe. I'm stressed and sad. We can go get ice cream that day. I'm just not going to worry about money. And when it's out, F it. Then I'll be flat broke with nothing. Kenzie says, babe, you could be the poorest person in the world and I would still love you if you treated me with love and respect. Bullshit. I don't believe this part. I do not believe this part. She is such a gaslighter, manipulator. She's such a liar. Remember when she was like, um, whose interview with the police interview? Was it Husney or Ashish? When they said like, oh no, it was the ex, I think. When he says that they were all hanging out and they were in a store and Kenzie like she was like, I'm breaking up with him. And they like heard them fighting and she was like, if you don't buy me this, like, she was always like that. So this is not true. She says, like, you never want to do anything fun with me. Dom says, babe, I wanted to get ice cream that day. Kenzie says, you just make me feel like I'm a pain in the ass to be around. Dom says, I just didn't want to keep losing money. Dom says, I was trying to get from the store so it's cheaper. Sorry, I'm broke, he says. She questions his message. She says, and I could pay. Dom says, I said we can go. Kenzie said, many of the things I want don't cost money. Dom says, and you keep fighting with me. Kenzie says, you said we can go, then didn't try to go. Dom said, miles on my car, though, which costs me money. Yeah, because you keep fighting with me. Kenzie says, I can drive too. Well, if you're not trying to fix what you did and you're just letting me be upset, of course I'm going to keep being upset. Dom finally says, I'm done at 10:40 in the morning. She says, you're done being mean to me? Question mark. Like, you think I want to fight before I go on vacation with my friends? This part really pisses me off. She can go on vacations with her friends, but Dom can't do shit, can't even hang out with his family without her threatening him. She's never done. Facts. Maybe she really did put a spell on him. Sounds like one of her ex-boyfriends. I don't think either of her parents are working, making money roll one out. Then what will Kenzie do? She'll have her sugar daddies. She'll have her sugar daddies sending her money. She says, like, you think I want to fight before I go on vacation with my friends? Dom says, nah, I'm not. Nah, I'm done letting you make me freak out. Now there is glass all over my room and my foot. Like, we can continue this relationship when you can care about my mental health and my financial situation. Boom. There it is. Dom, you're not dating a mature girl. You're dating a little emotional, abusive child. She will need psychopath strength medications. The ones they had to try her most likely wasn't the right prescription. We're not victim blaming. We should blame her because remember, at the end of the day, she killed Dom. Who said that? They honestly saw nothing wrong in anything she said or done. I know it's disgusting. If you blame the parents for creating, then you also need to blame the parents for Dom being a little on the not so smart side. I know not to play with snakes. Oh, so you're saying like Dom's parents should have been more responsible for him dating Kenzie? It's debatable because Dom was 18, right? Kenzie wasn't. So I guess they couldn't really control Dom? Question mark. I wouldn't be surprised if she finds a husband soon. I think what happened, he broke up with her and she flipped out. This is so sad. He says there's broken glass in the room now. He says, like, we can continue this relationship when you can care about my mental health and my financial situation. She says, Dom says, you don't want to try it and help me make money or try and make it easier for me. Dom says, you just don't care if I go broke. Kenzie says, I'm coming over. You think this is how you fix a problem? How can I help make you money? Dom says, you are the problem. She says, LMAO. LMAO when someone tells her that she's a problem. LMAO, laughing my ass off. She's definitely going to manipulate some simp into marrying her in prison, I bet, just like Gypsy Rose. Dom fights back. I know. I know. But then she does this like, oh, I hate that. She says LMAO and sends a little winky meme. She says, yeah, dot, dot, dot. I'm the problem. Keep telling yourself that. Dom says, babe, you literally made fun of me for losing money. You said you shouldn't have even started crypto if you're going to be a dick. Like, your mental filter is off. Kenzie says, telling you not to start crypto is not making fun of you. If starting crypto and losing money on there is going to cause you stress, then just don't do it. Dom says, I need to make money. I wish I was still in school and didn't have to make money or didn't have to support her. Hell no, I'm not supporting my boyfriend at 18. Honey, you can go back to mama's house. Like, what you think this is? That's how I feel about him supporting her. He said more responsible he said more responsible sticking up to her than her parents did. Dom's family needs to sue the Shirillas. People like Mackenzie always find a way to get what they want regardless. Grow up, dime girl. Yeah, I know. She says, he said, I wish I was still in school and didn't have to make money. Dom says, let's see you try. Kenzie says, read what you just said. Like, I could easily get a job, and I always get hired on the spot. Well, Kenzie, that's not true. You got fired from Dunkin' Donuts because you were cussing at your boss and coming in smelling like a sparked up blunt. She went into her job smelling like weed in a crop top with no bra, and they fired her respectfully. Something like that. I don't know if we already went past that part. She says, I could easily get a job. That might have been in 2020. I don't remember. Like, I could easily get a job, and you know what? I always get hired on the spot. Don't come for me. Like, I love how telling you I'm sad and I feel turns into this. Dom says, you're hurt because I said I didn't want to go get ice cream. Go boo-hoo. Like, for real. Kenzie said, I'm sorry I'm such a chore. Don't fuck with a pretty bitch if you're not ready for high maintenance. I forget she says this. Wow. Wow. Hired and fired on her day off. Dude, I have to clip this. Don't fuck with a pretty bitch if you're not ready for high maintenance, says Mackenzie. Dude, what a loser. She's so stupid. She lost several jobs due to her being disrespectful. Yeah. They were like, you can't come in here smoking weed. I'm gonna use that all the time. Yeah, I think that's become our new thing. You ain't pretty, Kenzie, with that attitude and looks fade, sweetheart. I would tell her that if I was her mom. Thank you, songs by It's Laura. That sounds like something my mom would say. I hate her, I hate her, I hate her, says Mal. Gross. Don't fuck with a party bitch if you're not ready for high maintenance. Like, you could either apologize to me right now and start treating me better, or we could fight for days. That's how it's going to be. Dom said, I said I was sorry before. Look, I'm sorry we couldn't get ice cream. I won't worry about money anymore. Kenzie says, you can't say sorry, then just be mean again in 5 seconds. Who the F is telling you not to worry about money? Like, fucking read. Dom says, if I wasn't worrying about money, I would have went to get ice cream. She said, ice cream is like $1. I don't know what world she was living in. Abuelita. That's a funny comment. Yeah, I don't know where the ice cream is $1. Someone drop it in the chat because I need to go get that ice cream like tonight. She says ice cream is like $1 because you can't even get that shit at the Dollar Tree. You're paying 150, 175, not $1. Not in 2026, girl. She says ice cream is like $1. And I told you I would buy it for us. This isn't about ice cream anymore. Dom says, I said I would go get ice cream, babe. She said, it's about you hurting my feelings. Like, you literally did not care and you just let me be sad all day. Dom says, over ice cream? Question mark. Like, question mark. I said we could go that day. Kenzie says, "Did you just not read what I said? It's not about ice cream anymore." Dom says, "After we smoke a blunt and you just don't even come smoke." She emphasizes her message and says, "You didn't even come get me to smoke." And Blair was literally being annoying as fuck. Dom says, "I did actually. I came into the bathroom." She says, "And honestly, Blair's a bitch for not leaving, knowing that me and you are arguing." She never shuts up. I know. She would be riding the bike right now. She was if she was on today's prices. Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words are forever. Facts. She says, "And honestly, Blair's a B for not leaving, knowing that me and you are arguing." Like, what a dumbass. Dom says, "So you're mad because I let you be sad?" Kenzie says, "Yeah, but you were not trying to fix it." Dom says, "And you were sad about ice cream." Kenzie says, "Yes, I'm mad you let me be sad." She says, "You know what? You're still not even trying to fix this. Looks like I'm really about to just not text back." Dom says, "So you're really letting yourself be sad for days about the ice cream?" "Well, I said we can go that day." Kenzie says, "Are you dumb? I'm mad. How are you been texting me for the past 2 days?" Dom says, "I said I was sorry twice." She says, "How are you not getting this? Then you were just mean after you said sorry." Dom says, "I need an apology too. You were mean also." Kenzie says, "Like, you're not getting it and you're not trying to fix it." Dom says, "You're still in the wrong too." Kenzie says, "Like I said before, you can either apologize and be done being her dick or I'm done with this shit." Dom says, "Just because I didn't do one thing, don't mean you can do five." Kenzie says, "Like, if you love me so much, act like it." Maybe he didn't. I just spent $7.93 on a waffle cone with 2 scoops. She's not high maintenance, she's a spoiled little brat. Yeah, I know. She says, "Like, if you love me so much, act like it." Dom says, If I didn't if I didn't, I would have blocked you on everything already and burned all your shit. No cap." He says, "Well, I'm sorry we've been fighting. If you wanna talk and not fight, let me know." She says, "That's what I've been trying to do this whole time." Dom says, "Every time I text you, you have something mean to say. All I've been trying to do is not fight. Now I got glass all over my room, and I destroyed my kitchen table. And the other shelf thing I was effing up yesterday." He said, "I'm just gonna go take some perks." Oh boy. So she was over, they were fighting, and sounds like somebody was breaking stuff. Blair is his best guy friend. Yeah. This is definitely different than 2020 Dom, right? It is. There's a shift. And there's even one um in this year. There's another shift in their relationship that I feel like comes up. She's such a ray of sunshine and my heart aches for those families. I don't understand why she's tripping so hard then. She's like this. She's like this. She says, "How is it my fault that you have glass all over your room and you broke shit? The only reason you're saying you're gonna go take some perks is because you know it hurts me." Dom says, "'Cause you've been fighting with me for days over ice cream." I think that she makes him snap. She instigates him, she disrespects him, she keeps on going it, she's harassing him, and he just can't handle it. She just can't handle it. I feel like this fight has been going on since Valentine's Day. This is how it is. So since you want to plead your case, Natalie, then come up here and speak the truth if you know what that is, super mom. Yeah. Come to my channel and be respectful and nice. Thank you, Evie. Get ice cream too, Melly. Thank you, Evie, for buying me some ice cream. I promise I won't fight with you all day long. Apple ET with that neck. She also looks like olive oil from Popeye. I can see a scenario where they got into an argument in the car and he told her he was done in front of Davion and she snapped. I have some very, very good theories about this for the members only, Carolina. So you'll definitely have to show up there so we can talk about it. Thank you, Evie, for my ice cream. I have a lot of theories I haven't shared. I've been doing a lot of research. Kenzie weaponized everything. We need to talk about that. She says, because I'm going to make that a different live though. She says, Dom says, you've been fighting with me for days over ice cream. She says, your mind still can't grasp that it's not over ice cream? Question mark, question mark. Looks like, stop trying to fight with me. You just said you want to talk it out. Then you just started arguing with me again. Dom says, yeah, and perks would make me feel better. And I won't talk about it anymore. You're the one who asked why I had glass everywhere. Kenzie says, well, I don't know why you repeated yourself. You already told me you have glass all over your floor. Dom says, yeah, how should I clean it up? It's on my clothes too. Kenzie says, first, you should get a new pair of clothes and put them on. Then put on shoes, then get a broom and sweep, then vacuum. That will get all the glass. Dom says, no, not on me. Kenzie said, just go outside and shake out your clothes. Dom says, it's my clothes in my room. She liked her own message. He says, okay. She said, is this in your house or your mom's? He doesn't respond. She says, okay, Dom. He said, sorry, trying to clean up the glass. So she texts him at 11:24 a.m. and says, is this at your house or your mom's? Then at 11:49. So what is that? Like 25 minutes later? She says, okay, Dom. She's like, okay, you're not texting me back. Like she's ready to fight again. He says, sorry, trying to clean up glass. Trying to clean up glass. She says, I'm in driving school. He says, cool. How's driving school going? She says, I'm done with it for today at 2:10 p.m. Dom said, so it went good. He said, what are you doing now? Kenzie says, just drop Megan off on the way home. Dom says, I'm putting in the order for these couches right now. Kenzie says, which ones did you end up getting? Dom says, I got the ones we like. And I got a leather one to hold me over. Kenzie says, I liked a lot of them. Send me a pic. He sends her a pic. She says, yeah, that's the best one. Way too comfy to pass that one. He sends more pictures he says, I'm going to start cooking French for you. Sends her pictures of French cuisine, plates. He says, yeah, no cap. Plus, I got a leather one for the meantime. Would you eat any of that shit though? LMAO. Shit looks smack. She said, all looks good except like something. She says, I'm anxious to go to Toledo. He says, me too. Where are y'all going? I have to sneeze. Oh, sorry, this is like 4 times. He says, me too. I'm trying to think. When did she start doing the foot sex work? Was that in Toledo or was that a different time and place? I can't keep track. She says, Dom says, me too. Where are y'all going? Dom says, well, I got anxiety about it, actually. Kenzie sends a picture. She says, I feel like if I try to go, I'm just going to have my mom end up coming. But I've been begging for a vacation. Dom says, "What are you going to do there and how long are you going?" She says, "The whole weekend. It's for Maddie's birthday. I don't really know what we're doing. All I know is we're shopping and possibly going out to eat and stuff." No, I don't think this is it. It's not this group of friends that she does that with. It's the older ones, I think. Oh man, I know we'll come through it in the text. I don't remember. Yeah. She says, we're shopping and possibly going out to eat. Dom says, "That's dope." He says, "She could have went somewhere better though, LMAO." Kenzie says, "I don't know. I'm really anxious about it, like between everything. It has me shooken up. I'm really worried." Dom says, "Just bring guns." Kenzie says, "LMAO, I don't know how to use them. I have restless." Oh, she says, "I have brass knuckles." Strongsville made new dress code that there's no crop tops allowed, she says at 8:57 p.m. Dom says, Not enough. You need a knife." Kenzie says, "So I'm just dressing a little scandalous tomorrow." Dom says, "And that's pretty gay for real." Kenzie said, "All the girls are, though." "Do you think I should go, Dom?" He says, "Dressing more provocative won't do anything. You should all show them you can wear crop tops and it not be appropriate." And I don't know if there's adults there. Def go, like, who's staying in your hotel room? She says, "There's two different hotel rooms. They're right next to each other, though. Enough, even if I wear crop tops every day and no one said shit to me." Dom says, "If only me and you had our own room there. LOL." Kenzie says, "Like it's weird that men get turned on by our bodies and tell us we have to change." Yeah, I'm really anxious about leaving you mostly. It's just making me feel uncomfortable thinking about a whole weekend without you. Dom says, "Two people can see the same thing, disagree, and both be right. And yeah, I do get turned on by your body. LMAO." Kenzie says, "Well, you better, and you're allowed to. Put like grown adults should be getting turned on by other adults, not a 16-year-old. All adults know the trend is crop tops. All teenage girls wear crop tops." Dom says, "Okay, well, look, I'd be a comfortable AF." Kenzie says 90% of shirts in stores are crop tops. So she's 16 and she's this unhinged. "We could never wear crop tops at school." No. I remember like our skirts had to be longer than like our pinky, when you stand like with your arms to the side. Dom's parents are victim of this tragedy as well. Yes. Dom said he didn't really talk to him in depth about her and all of this. I know. They didn't help encourage him to get away, but he was an adult ultimately. Yeah. She didn't know how to dress. No, she didn't. She says 90% of shirts in stores are crop tops. Dom says, "If, let's say, a girl under 14 dressed like you, I wouldn't be turned on. Uncomfortable. You feel me though? Like, what if an old lady wore a crop top? Old dude might get turned on. We think it's gross." Kenzie says, "I mean, if you look good in it, why not do it? You're not going to look this good forever." Dom says, "Vice versa for everyone." She says, "I don't know. It's just really weird. People need to stop making it such a big deal." Dom says, "I see what you mean, but I don't know if school is the place." She says, "Yeah, but how are you going to change the dress code as soon as it starts getting nice out? The fuck you want me to wear? A turtleneck? Like, I hate school." Dom says, "Yeah, you wear like hella crop tops too. Did they ban leggings? Because why crop tops and not leggings or something?" Kenzie says, "I don't think they ban leggings, but they got me effed up. I'm not going to stop wearing crop tops." He says, "I don't know." She says, "So do you think I should go on the trip?" He says, "I don't know much about it. It's up to you." She says, "Do you want me to?" He says, "If you're going to have fun, yes." She says, "I don't know if I'm going to have fun." "Do you think I'm going to have fun?" He says, "I don't know, babe. I don't know the people or the place." She says, "I'm about to go to bed at 9:40 p.m." She says, babe, I'm going to need some fudge for the trip tomorrow and 2 carts. Dom says, okay, babe. He says, you still up? She says, I just woke up on the 26th at 6:21 a.m. She says, I'm really anxious about today. I want to skip school and see you for a little bit before I go, or at least after Polaris. Do you want to smoke after Polaris or something? It can just be me and you. She says, but me and Kendra have to pack my bag. I don't know what to pack, or you can help me with that. I don't know. This is so stressful. A tree fell over in your yard, blocking your whole driveway. Dom says, which driveway? He said, dude, I was hearing noises. She says, the driveway of your house. And read what else I said, please. Answer to everything. He doesn't respond. She says, I swear you always just ignore all my questions. Dom says, sorry, I just got up and I was half I was half up half the night hearing shit. Yeah, if you want to come over for a little, then come. And I don't know about your bag. You only need like 2 outfits, though. Kenzie says, can you just come over to my house when I'm home? Dom says, I have to wait for the carpet people. Kenzie said, bruh, well, me and Kendra are coming then because she's coming to help me pack. Dom says, LOL, all right, I'm just making coffee right now. She says, do you want me and Kendra to come over first? Or we should just pack first and then come? Dom says, up to you. He says, are you going to school? She says, in which house? Yes, I have to go to school today. My mom is making me. He says, I'm going to be at my house. So this is when he is like slowly moving into his place right here. Thank you, Chucks, for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. And welcome, Alicia04, to the members. Appreciate you, Chucks. Dressing trashy is just being a hoe, says Alicia. Dom and Davion are victims. Please be respectful. Yes. She wants him to be jealous of that Toledo trip so bad. I think so too. I do. She said, Dom says, I'm just going to be at my house. So see how she's not fully moved in yet here. He says, I don't know, probably pack first. You want to have time to do that? She emphasized his message. She says, I feel like you don't read what I say. Dom says, what did I not answer? Just drop Kendra at school. I don't want her here. Kenzie said, she's helping me pack. Why the F do you make everything a big deal? Dom says, I thought you're done packing. Kenzie said, so you're really about to waste the hour I have to come hang out with you before I go on vacation for 3 days? Dom says, I just don't want her here. I should have just said that. Kenzie says, like, you seriously are annoying the shit out of me. You've been mean for like 3 days. All I'm trying to do is come see you before I go on vacation so I don't have a effing panic attack. But of course, all you care about is yourself and your house. Like, WTF. He doesn't respond. She says, so what you're saying is you're just wasting my time again. Dom says, I said you can come. I just didn't want Kendra here because who knows? My mom might bitch her out. Kenzie says, you're actually not going to hang out. You're actually not going to hang out and smoke with me. You're just saying you are. She says, we could go to the other house. There's literally so many options, or you could just come here. Dom says, but it's cool. You can just come over. She says, like, I literally told you to come here. Dom says, I'm waiting for the carpet people. She says, and now I wasted effing time. Okay, then. And now you're probably just going to be mean when we come over. Dom says, I didn't want to go over there because my weed is over here and the carpet people are coming. You can go over there, though. I'll head over. Kenzie says, okay, we are coming over now, okay? You want us to go to the other house? Dom says, sure. She says, and we're going to smoke? Dom says, sure. She says, we're coming. Please remember that we have school at 11:47. It's literally 11:13 a.m. He says, okay. She says, we're here. Dom says, okay, I'll be over in a sec. She says, it's like freezing out. So can you hurry? I'm like shaking. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be standing out in the cold for a little bit. She says, I don't have a jacket on. Dom says, yeah, my bad. It wasn't that bad when I was taking out the trash. Kenzie says, yeah, it's bad now. And the wind has been freezing and windy all day. He doesn't respond. She says, Dom. He says, I'm going to just start wearing crop tops. She says, do it for the movement, babe. She said, I thought I was about to get an I miss you text. Wait, let's see what the time was. So it's noon. It's noon. She said, I thought I was about to get an I miss you text, but never mind. LOL. Dom says, LOL. He says, no, I'm going to just wear the tightest gray joggers and a crop top. Kenzie said, thanks for being a dick again. Just when I think you're done. Like, you couldn't be nice for just one day so I don't have terrible anxiety? Nah, for real, answer right now. Dom says, my bad, Sean called. Kenzie, I'm kidding, he says. It gives me anxiety knowing your boobs can just fly out. Kenzie said, how is that funny? And my boobs chillin'. They def not gonna fall out of a t-shirt. Like, that just stressed me out. Dom says, why? You don't want me to wear that? She says, it stressed me out that you just started being a dick and I didn't think you would be joking. Dom says, oh. She says, yeah, now I'm stressed out. Dom says, why? She says, because I'm not going to see you for a whole weekend. Dom says, yeah, it's a while, but we probably needed a weekend apart. I agree with this. I do. I agree that they needed a weekend apart. Well, more than one weekend. And thank you, boss lady. Joining late. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you for the super. I appreciate you. Glad you made it. My boob. Yeah, I know. What does Natalie do when Kenzie? I know. Oh, that sounds good. All he cares about is school and his mom and his friends. What's the age difference between her and Dom? I think she's 16 here and Dom is 18. He says, yeah, it's been a while, but we probably needed a weekend apart. She says, the F? Okay, cool. He says, what, babe? She said, you just said we probably needed a weekend apart after I said I'ma miss you. Dom says, well, I miss you too, babe. But we've been fighting. Kenzie says, I want to skip next and come over. Dom said, if you can, then of course. Or come over after school till you leave for Toledo. She says, let me ask. She says, I want to leave. Oh, wait. She says, let me ask. That was at 1:20 p.m. Then it jumps to 8:49 p.m. She says, I want to leave. This is already asked. Dom says, maybe I can pick you up tomorrow. She says, probably. I will probably do that. She says, answer me. Dom says, what's up, babe? She said, I'm at the hotel, babe. I love you. He says, love you too, babe. He says, I got scared. I'm so glad I had your location. She says, you'll always have my location, babe. She said, me and Kendra are talking about sneaking out to smoke. LMAO. Maddie just had a panic attack because we're going out to smoke. Dom says, don't leave the hotel. Just smoke in the shower and then use Ozium. Then your fingers and fabrics might smell a little and your hair will probably too. He said, cover all of that and you're good. She says, Maddie is not letting us smoke in there. And that was at 11:05 p.m. The next morning, she says, hi, babe. He says, hey, babe. She says, what are you doing, babe, at 10:35 a.m.? He says, just woke up. She says, answer. Why are you so bad at answering? Like, for real. Did you see Chip Tooth Tyler is having a party tonight? Dom says, yeah. She says, he invited me and you, I'm pretty sure. Dom says, he didn't hit me up, but I was thinking about sliding. He then sends a TikTok link to her. She says, are you trying to tell me something? Dom says, you need more sundresses. Kenzie says, it's hard to find them. I'm an extra, extra small. Dom says, we'll find some. She says, find me some, babe. I'll wear it just like that. Dom says, okay, babe. She says, what are you doing at 3:37 p.m.? He says, cleaning a little. She says, I miss you. He says, just get the cheetah one. He says, dry. Kenzie says, should I leave tonight? Dom says, depends. She says, I don't know. Dom said, who is leaving tonight? Kenzie says, no one. Dom says, how would you get home? Your mom? What time would you leave tomorrow? Kenzie says, they would take me. I low key don't want to do that. Dom says, who's going to take you and what time? I feel like it depends on what you're doing. Kenzie says, the mom would take us home. Dom says, just you? Kenzie said, no, me, Kendra, Maddie, and Olivia. Dom says, oh, is everyone leaving tonight? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought you just said you were coming home. Kenzie said, no, nobody is leaving tonight. Everyone is leaving tomorrow. Dom says, so if you leave tonight, then everyone would too. Question mark? She says, no. Dom says, if you come back, would you be able to sleep over? Kenzie says, yeah, LMAO. I just don't know if I should. She says, Kendra hit a lick, like over 300. Dom says, from where? She says, when we were shopping. Dom says, that's wild. Kenzie says, I'm bored AF. We're at the ants again. Dom sends an emoji. Wait, Kendra hit a lick? Does that mean like shoplifting? Is that what that means? Hit a lick. Yeah. Hold up. She's talking shit about someone with teeth. Listen, she wants to leave this little get together that she went on. She's going to be the only one to leave. Can you guys imagine that? To go to a party. Like, what a pain in the ass. Thank you, Alicia. Um, she says, I'm for real annoyed at 6:51 p.m. Dom says, maybe just come home tonight. She says, would you come get me? Dom says, what time are you coming back tomorrow? Kinsey sends an audio message. She says, I don't know. She says, I'm killing myself. Dom said, yeah, what's the deal? What the F? She says, like, we're just sitting here again. She takes a picture of them just sitting there. Dom says, can you just ask to dip? LOL. Kenzie says, nah, they will get mad. That's what we did last time and they were annoyed. She says, like, I don't want to hang with her family. Dom said, that's gay AF. Whoever Maddie is weird. Kenzie says, like, Maddie's like, I'm not going to see them for 6 months. Dom says, why would she have all of y'all come then? Kenzie says, like, bitch, they live 3 hours away. Bruh, I do not know. Like, she's being so gay about everything right now. Literally everything. Dom says, she probably has no friends. Kenzie said, the mom keeps asking me and Kendra, okay, like, no, bitch, we're not good. It's for real, not a good vibe. Dom says, LOL, you and Kendra should just figure out something to do. Kenzie sends a voice message. She says, we're trying to sneak away. Maddie is so mad. When we went to smoke, she flipped. Dom sends an audio message. He says, I don't know what time you're coming back tomorrow. Kenzie says, yeah, I might have to leave tonight. Like, you should come get me. The kids are coming back to the hotel with us now. Like, WTF. Dom says, it's already 7 though, babe. Like, we would be back around 10. Actually, it's almost like 2 hours. So like 11. Kenzie said, so no? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Dom says, babe, I don't know if I can do all that driving that late. She says, K. That was at 7:09. Kenzie just doesn't want to keep hanging out there with her friends and their parents, because she can't do whatever she wants. She can't smoke, misbehave, because someone's actually there to keep them in check and monitor them and watch them, quote unquote. Yeah, Melanie, she was stealing. Well, Kendra, whoever that is, stole $300 worth of stuff. Mhm. She says, "You for real need to come." Maddie just told us we can't smoke. See, someone somewhere where she is being disciplined, she cannot hang there. She cannot handle that. It's actually really wild. She says, Maddie just told us we can't smoke for the rest of the night. Like, who the F tells someone to bring bud, then gets mad at them for wanting to use it? With a bunch of exclamation marks. Dom says, just smoke and not tell her. Who cares what she says? Kenzie said, nah, she's going to be a bitch about us rolling. So are you not going to come? She says, okay, cool. Dom says, babe, it's a really far drive. I didn't know you would want a ride this late. She says, I love knowing there's a distance you won't go for me. LOL. Dom says, you don't got to make it like that. You was ready to go 140 on the highway last night when I thought you could be in danger. Wait, he says, you was ready to go 140 on the highway last night when I thought you, quote unquote, could be in danger. Ran and grabbed my keys and shit. Kenzie sends a screenshot. She said, read this. She said, I'm ready to freak. Dom says, dude, that's so dumb. Can you ask when you're leaving tomorrow? Kenzie said, my mom might come. I know I have this screenshot of this message in my files, like my image files, photo files, but I bet Maddie was like telling her, like, you guys can't do that or something. She says, I'm ready to freak. She says, can you ask when you're leaving tomorrow? She says, my mom might come. Dom says, damn. She says, I just want to go home. She says, I'm mad. Like that is just chilling with me and Kendra. Dom says, I'm sorry, babe. Kenzie said, it's for real weird. Dom said, there's something weird going on. Yeah. They sound sus. Kenzie said, yeah, it's definitely sus. She sends a voice message. Dom sends a voice message back. Then she says, it's just me, the mom, the aunt, and Kendra. Dom says, dude, why? Where's Maddie? Kenzie said, no idea. She just left the room. Dom said, probably taking a fat dump. Kenzie said, kind of weird how you can text me and then just not answer the phone. Dom says, what do you mean? She says, babe, babe, babe. He doesn't respond. She says, okay. He says, babe, I'm so sorry. My phone died. She said, God, like, what the F is wrong with everyone? Dom says, why couldn't I go? Like, I wouldn't be there long. Kenzie says, honestly, if you go, we will have issues. Okay, so they called and talked to each other on the phone, and he wants to do something. And she's like, no. Her mom, of course, would go to pick her up. I know. Monica says, I'm going to throw up. I know. Kenzie is just a female psychopath we're witnessing in real time. She needs to be studied. Not till social media could we get this info on this psychopath's behavior. 100%. 100%. I agree with that. She says, Dom says, why couldn't I go? I wouldn't be there long. She says, honestly, if you go, we will have issues. Oh, the party. Remember, she said, someone's having a party tonight. She says, I love how you always got to go do something. Dom says, I don't get why though, babe. Kenzie said, like, thanks for making me stressed and uncomfortable when I'm already both of those. Dom says, like, it's literally Tyler's party. Kenzie says, why? Because I'm not getting cheated on. She won't let him go to the party because she thinks she's going to talk about insecurity. But there have been issues with the cheating and all of that before, but it's all in her head. It really is. And that's why she wants to go home ASAP. Exactly. She wants to go home ASAP because she wants to control Dom. And she is not at that party, so he can't go because there's going to be other females around. She says, why? Because I'm not getting cheated on. I fucking hate everyone. I want to go home. You just made this worse. Thanks. Dom says, babe, come on. Why would I cheat on you at a party? That's the dumbest thing ever. Even if I was trying to cheat, like there's going to be hella people there. LMAO. What if I pull up with Kyle and Kristen? She says, I don't know. I've been publicly cheated on before, so I don't know. Then she calls them the N word. She says, are you slow? Like for real? If you go, we're done, she says at 9:00 at night. He said, what? Why? She said, like, you can't just be chill. Like, WTF, you know, I'm having a terrible time and I want to leave. So you say that? Dom says, so I say what? She says, like, God, everyone is R word AF. He says, "What are you mad about?" She says, "I'm done." Dom says, "About?" She says, "Honestly, you're such a dick for that. I hate everyone. People are effing weird." Dom says, "I'm like so lost." She says, "Obviously, you never know what you do wrong." Dom says, "Do you not trust me at all?" She says, "I don't trust anyone." "I trust you," she says, "but not with that. You could treat me like a goddess for years, and I would still have the anxiety and fear of you betraying me again. So, yeah." And of course, you can't just say, "Okay, I'm not going to go so you're not stressed." Dom says, "Well, I just want to know what." She said, "Nah, for real. Who cares?" Dom says, "And I don't have shit to do." She says, "I don't want to hear your whack excuses. Like, for real, I don't care." Dom says, "You're tripping." She says, "Okay, cool. You're for real an a-hole. Who the F does this?" Dom says, "Babe, I don't know anymore. It's cool. I won't go, I guess." That's like overprotective though. You should just let me go and see it's gonna be fine. Then you'll have less anxiety. She says, "Yeah, it's cool, I guess. I'm sorry. I have the trauma of getting my heart broken in two different ways. Like, imagine getting betrayed by the person you're in love with and your bestest friend. Actually, you can go to a little party." Dom says, "Kenzie, I told you I was sorry about those things. I was immature then. How is a 17-year-old going to react in those situations? Like, I know that was wrong, but I was going out of my way trying to get with your friends." Wait, like I wasn't going out of my way to try to get with your friends. Kenzie says, "You could at least admit it." Dom says, "What do you want me to admit?" She says, "And I don't know if I believe that you did it. Like this trauma will never go away. So this won't even texting. Stay up late. I'll come over." Mm. He says, "Okay, babe." He says, "Babe, I want you to be able to trust me even if I don't go to parties without you." She says, "Babe, if I could just not feel this way and trust you, I would. But I seriously have issues from what happened." Did he actually really even cheat on her though? I think we went through this and he didn't, right? They were on a break and he like went and did something. Yeah, Mallory says it here. They were broken up. I hate her so much. Exactly. They were broken up and he like was flirting or something or hooked up with one of her friends or kissed one of her friends or someone in the group. Wait, who said I'm oh, yeah. Yeah. Poor Damsha must be borderline or something unmedicated in these texts. He's probably spoke to someone. What breaks my heart is she's so mean and he constantly says, "Babe," breaks my heart. It never diffused anything. No. Yeah. She says she got really insecure from that and really jealous. And do I think that that stems from him being shady and cheating? Yeah, sure. Do I think it should have led her to being so angry she was going to drive her car into a brick wall at 100 miles per hour? No. She says, "I seriously have issues from what happened." Dom says, "Babe, my dad." Whoa. He says, "Babe, my dad slit my mom's throat, then lied to me for about 15 years." That's trust issues. Like, I'm sorry, but my mind literally not even a year ago was live as the next month isn't promised. I thought everything good in my life was just gonna die or get taken from me. Kenzie says, "No, babe." She says, "I'm staying." Dom says, "Like, I never had a male role model I looked up to Chief Keef." Literally. Mm. Okay. This part. Oof. Um, yeah, I know. We're all like, "What?" Kenzie was the one doing things behind Dom's back. Okay, so clearly these messages here don't show that he had a very good home life, but we don't know. We don't know that. Like we don't know We don't know the full extent of this, so I don't wanna go based off of anything. She says, "And I get it, but Audrey and Jada schemed around me. It's not a war who got played harder. I'm telling you, I have trauma from what happened, and I have serious trust issues." Dom says, "Why do you think I love Kyle? He's the only one who told me I can do it." Kenzie says, "You can do it, babe. I tell you all the time. I'm glad you have him, but at least you can make connections with people." Dom says, "My dad, all he taught me is that your dreams aren't promised and neither is nothing else good in life." Hmm. I have questions. A lot of questions here. Dom was never able to see or feel what it's like to really be in love and loved back in a non toxic relationship. She's just trying to manipulating him, trying to make her the victim and get her way. The D, it was an angel, truly. He made sure. Oh, she stole something. Who did? Saying no to Kenzie was trauma. Kenzie says, "Your dad was bad for real." Oh, there's something here we don't know, huh? She says, "Your dad was bad for real." Dom says, "I know, babe. It's not a war." I'm I've been thinking one way for so long. It's hard to change. Like when I started having freakish anger problems was when I realized my dad lied to me my whole life. Oh, chat. He says, "I realized what happened when I was little and snap. Now I snap on instant like that every time." Kenzie says, "Yeah, it would make sense." She says, "Him and Topher together." Dom says, "I probably didn't deal with a lot of those problems when I was younger because I smoked so much weed from 12 until now. Like my stepdad used to nod out on heroin in front of me. I never batted an eye or thought about it or even felt bad for him. I just told my mom, woke him up, and then went on with my day." Kenzie says, "Wait." She says, "I know, babe, you had a really rough life and I want to make good memories with you." Ooh, I'm suddenly feeling like sick, right? So wise and heartbreaking. Yeah. He says, "I don't hold those things my dad did against him. I don't try to fight with him, even though I really should, because I know he went through probably worse shit when he was a kid." He sends Kenzie an attachment. He says, "Let me know what's going on" at 10:05 p.m. He says, "Babe." He said, "What's going on? Did you get picked up?" Kenzie says, "Not yet. She's going to be here at 11." Natalie Shirilla went to pick her up. What the actual I know. I know we're hitting a spot here. Yeah. Yeah, neat noodle. You're right. Oh, you're doing so good. This whole section took me out. I almost dropped. Yeah, but I pushed through this. Mhm. It's rough. It's rough, and I don't want us to focus on this part. I know it's really, really important, and Kenzie wasn't the only one with issues, but again, she's the one who murdered this man. You know what I mean? And then, of course, Natalie fucking Shirilla has to show up at 11 o'clock in the morning at night to pick her up. Dom was so sweet. He was. He's a sweet soul. I feel like I got punched in the stomach. You and me both. You and me both. She says she's gonna be here at 11. Dom says that's pretty soon. She says, "Yeah, I'm coming straight over." Dom says, "Did you talk to Maddie and Kendra?" He says, "Bet, I really wanna cuddle." I want to squeeze my babe. He says, dry. She says, I'm home, on the way home, right now, at 11 o'clock at night. He said, nice. She says, I'm coming over. Roll a wood or a blunt. He says, okay, when are you going to be here? She said, in 2 hours. She sends a picture of the map. He says, okay, be safe, babe. She says, love you. She says, I'm coming, babe. He said, okay, babes. She says, I'm going to be home at 1 a.m. Dude, she couldn't just wait till 10 a.m. when they had to leave. Trauma bonded to her, but couldn't help her. Boom. This is a good one. Trauma bonded to her, but couldn't help her. You know that part, I said this yesterday in the documentary where she says, like, this is the only part I think that is true of what anything coming out of her mouth. When she says, I tried to heal him and he tried to heal me. That is the only line I believe from Mackenzie Shirilla's mouth in that documentary. I think they both had issues. They both were trying to heal themselves. They both were young. She was very, very young. And I think that it was it was always going to end in some kind of destruction. You know what I mean? Dom was always trying to better himself, and Kenzie just used and manipulated him and turned his weakness against him. She is vile. Dom had real life issues where Kenzie has psychotic issues, but she didn't try to heal him, in my opinion. Right. She didn't do a good job of doing that, right? She was manipulative and was using him. She says, I'm going to be home at 1 a.m. He says, okay, I'm at Yorktown's Lane with Bernie and Angelo. I'll be back when you're back. She said, where is that? Who's there with you? He says, what? He says, in Middleburg. She says, who are you there with? Why do you only just answer one question? He says, Angelo and Bernie, and Ryan and Trev, and maybe Ashish. I don't know yet. She says, no girls? Question mark. She says, I have anxiety. He says, no, babe, LOL. Why would we ever bring girls? She says, I don't know. She says, do you want to sleep over at my house or your house? I'm 40 minutes away. He says, I don't care, whatever one you want to do. Dom says, babe. He says, I'm about to go home. We still having a sleepover? Kenzie says, babe, you up? She says, I'll be home in 11 minutes. She says, yeah, honestly, I thought you were going to be there. I thought you were going to be here way before me and have the blunt like ready before I was home. So I guess I'm just going to go to bed. Okay, wow. She keeps him up and then tells him he can't go to the party. And then she's like, you didn't have the blunt ready. I'm going home. He says, really? I could have stayed bowling. She says, okay, then I can just have my mom come get me if that's what you could have done. Dom says, why are you doing this? I'm literally about to pull in. She says, I'm not doing anything. I'm just telling you I'm going to bed. He says, okay, babe, well, I'll be there soon. He says, I'm rolling the wood if you want to come. She says, when you want to be loving and respectful, we can hang out. Okay, so he says, I'm rolling the wood if you want to come. That was at 1:19 a.m. Then she says, when you want to be loving and respectful, we can hang out. You never know how it feels to be in a situation like I was in today. Dom says, I was. She says, you're lucky to not get constant hate by effing men and other people. But of course, that's all you can effing talk about is women's rights. Now it's the next day. He says, I'm going to start walking around with 5 racks in my pocket so everyone can see it now. Because he says, I don't give a fuck if it makes you happy. Why would I care? Dom says, and then I'm going to wonder why everyone is looking at me asking me for money. Kenzie says, like, I swear, any chance you get and you talk about some shit like that, like, stop talking about women's rights. You're not a girl. You really don't know how alone I feel right now. I'm honestly shocked you went on this morning. Dom says, all I was trying to say, if you don't want to be looked at some type of way, was don't make yourself able to be looked at that way. It goes with everyone, guys and girls. Kenzie said, no, that is not how it works. Dom says, poor rich. Kenzie said, it's honestly disgusting me hearing you talk like this. Like I could puke. Dom says, if I dress like a gay guy, then I'm gonna get attention like a gay guy. If a girl dresses in fishnets, they're gonna be looked at like a HWHORE. That's all I'm saying. If I have face tats and a bandana on, I'm gonna look like a gang member. If I have Nautica on, I'm gonna look like a dad. They're fighting about something. He says, I obviously think girls should be able to wear whatever they want. Kenzie then sends a picture of a girl and says, this girl is such a hoe. Dom says, nah, her fishnets ain't bad. I'm talking about the ones that wear them as pants. If I walk around with 5 racks on me, are you going to see it and notice me? Kenzie says, I fucking hate my life. I can't come to your house because you're being an incel. They're fighting about women's rights, and now she's calling him an incel. This is crazy. I have really tried to find one good quality in Kenzie, and I can't find one. Oh my God, can't stand her. She's always a damn victim. Yeah. Yeah. She says, I can't come to your house right now because you're being an incel. I can't be here because my mom fucking got me the wrong thing from I'm Gia. I'm pissed, of course. And Megan's being a fake little bee. Like, I honestly hate my effing life. Dom says, you can't be mad at your mom. She tried. And people gonna notice me though, babe. She says, notice you for what? Being anti-women's rights? And no, I'm pissed as F. I sent her what I wanted like 30 times and she still got the wrong thing. Dom says, notice my money if I walk around with 5 racks sticking out of my pocket. Will they notice some money? Kenzie said, it's okay. I'm just going to wear corsets to school every day. Dom says, babe, will they notice me? It's just a question. Kenzie says, yeah, do you really want to break up? Dom says, will they notice some money? Kenzie says, like, are you really trying to go there? Because I'm honestly fed the fuck up. Dom says, that's all I'm asking. Babe, I'm not trying to break up. She says, this conversation can either be over and you can never talk about this again for the rest of your life, or we're done. You're either a feminist with me or without me. What the? I forgot about this part. She's insane. What's the real reason she came home? Just to be a brat? Yeah, just to ruin. To ruin the night. Dom is such a cat. She didn't deserve him. I know. I scream about that. She says, you're either a feminist with me or without me. Kenzie, do you even know what that means? Dom says, wow. He says, okay, fine. She says, I've never gone into full-blown fucking panic attack because of you before. Actually, I have several times, but I never would have thought you would have talked like this. Like, honestly, it disgusts me. You're supposed to be my number one, my closest babe, and the number one person that's always there for me. And with this conversation this morning, I've never felt more uncomfortable. Imagine being the only girl in the room with 2 men that are discussing what women should wear and how people feel about women. Like, that's a little bit fucking weird. Dom says, babe, I'm not saying that that wasn't the convo at all. You got it so wrong. If you really think that's what I was saying, then break up with me, he says. It's now March 28th at 4:00 p.m. He says, all I'm saying is if you show your body, people are going to notice it. I don't care if you show it or not. If I show my money, people are going to notice it. That's all I'm saying. If you ask me, everyone could walk around naked. I don't give an F. It'd probably be better that way. Kenzie says, excuse me? So are you done talking about this forever? Question mark. Dom says, no, I don't. He says, yeah, I just don't like being misunderstood. Because I am really being misunderstood. As he said, just women's rights is not your place to talk. Like, yeah, you could always talk to me about shit, but if you're going to be talking back and forth with Angelo right in front of me, it's a little bit rude. And of course, I'm going to feel extremely uncomfortable. Dom says, I didn't say a word about women's rights. Not a single word. When did I say that? Why are you putting words in my mouth? She says, not that shit, just about women. That's pretty much what I mean. Dom says, all I said is a lot of the girls preaching that they're not sexual objects post like sexual objects, not you at all, babe. Kenzie says, like, you were pretty much just coming for girls for no reason. Dom says, like a lot of dudes that say women are gold diggers. Kenzie says, I know, not me, but it's still offensive, babe. Dom says, attract women with their money. Like what dumbasses? Kenzie said, it's not about that. It's about what happened this morning. Dom says, not you or me. What happened this morning? She says, you and Angelo talking? Dom says, what did I say? I was saying what I just said earlier, nothing about rights. Kenzie says, did you just not read my message? I wasn't talking about rights. Not that, just shit about women. She questions her message. Like, just drop it, be done and apologize, she says. Dom says, what were me and Angelo talking about? He says, I'm sorry, babe. She says, you were literally like, yeah, girls dress like this and then they're whores. Dom says, none of that was meant to be pointed towards you. Kenzie says, and you were saying, no wonder why people think they're whores. Dom says, or even anyone you're cool with. She says, I don't care. It's still so rude. And you seen me getting upset. Holy balls. Holy balls. I cannot deal with her. Dom says, all I was saying, if girls dress like this, they're going to be looked at as whores. Like, you can't even get mad. It's like a stereotype. It's like a Mexican dressing like a cholo and not expecting someone to think they drink tequila and Modelo. Just don't talk about, Kenzie said, that's funny. Kenzie says, just don't talk about what girls wear when I'm literally fighting at school for the dress code. Dom says, yeah, but I thought you were getting upset because you thought I meant something else. Crop tops ain't going to make you look like a whore. I didn't mean that at all. Kenzie says, I just did not like that combo. I'm even more pissed because my IMG shit came and it's literally not what I wanted. I literally threw it. Dom says, you can't just take it back and get new shit. Then she starts sending TikTok links. He says it didn't paste right. She says, what? Okay. He says, I can't click on the link. He says, sorry, I drove to a play. That's at 5:51. Then he says, hey, babe, at 6:12. She says, what's up? He says, not much, just chilling at home, wanted to see what you were up to. Oh, now the TikTok is working. He says, yeah, posting your body doesn't make you a hoe. People def gonna check out your body though. Kenzie says, I'm curling my hair. Dom says, you haven't curled it in so long. She says, it looks cute. Dom says, send pic. So she sends a pic. Dom says, are you going to wear it like that tomorrow? She says, I'm going to brush it out a little. Dom says, yeah, it's super curly. He says, you want to chill and smoke a backwood in a little? Kenzie says, if you want. She says, I have a scarf on my head. Dom says, of course I do. He says, can we just completely forget about what happened earlier? I don't think you fully understood me, and I changed my mind anyway. I'll never talk about it again. Oh, he's so good. He's so good to her. I'm really confused why Dom stayed with her. It's nothing but misery with her. All I can think is he has a bigger heart and didn't want to abandon her since she's a total nutcase. Well, she was blackmailing him and stuff, but see, she's worried about meeting with anyone else. She's out of town and is demanding just to stay home and do nothing. She's a manipulator. He says, I'll never talk about it again. She says, yeah, I'll try to forget about it. She says, when are you coming? With 10 question marks. She says, I love you too. That's at 7:43 p.m. Then he says, why did you have to be so mean? Kenzie says, I'm not being mean. He said, babe, yes, you were. Like, I feel like when I come, you're just going to get mad at me again. Kenzie says, well, when I come, just be loving and nice to me. Dom says, I wasn't loving and nice on the phone. She says, I'm not saying you weren't. Dom says, then why did you have to be mean, babe? She says, I wasn't being mean. Dom says, I felt like you were being mean. Kenzie says, well, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. Like, I had a terrible weekend. Dom says, thank you, babe. He says, I'm sorry. I'm eating dinner real quick, then I'll come over. She says, yeah, I don't know if I want to smoke. I haven't eaten all day and have no food in the house. Everything's all processed and gross. Dom says, I had a steak sandwich over here. Can you cook something real quick? She says, there's literally nothing. Dom says, smack a PB&J. That's what I do. She says, those make my stomach feel weird. Dom says, damn. She says, like, I haven't eaten shit all day. You think I want to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I actually want to eat something decent, but I forgot I can't get that here. Dom says, you want me to come over to make you eggs? Kenzie said, because all we have is effing weird shit. She says, no. He says, I have an egg from the chickens. Is there anything I can come make you? So she's complaining about her mom not having groceries and what she likes. But then she's like getting mad at him for that. Like, why is that his fault? Yeah, she does ATS. She takes her food issues out on him a lot. Like, that's Natalie's fault. Control your daughter. Get her some food. I don't know. Do something. And then he's like, is there anything I could come make you? Like a good boyfriend. Kenzie says, I don't know. I guess we can just do something. Dom says, so you want me to roll it up and come? She says, yeah, I guess. Dom says, are you sure you don't want no food? What if you just ate some fruit? Kenzie says, I want to go eat fruit. I went to go eat fruit and it looked gross as shit. Like I opened the blueberries and they were all red and shit, but they were like supposed to be blackberries. Dom says, blackberries are red sometimes. They might still taste good though. He says, you want me to go see what food I have here? She says, I don't even care anymore. I haven't eaten in like 3 days. Just try to be here quick. Dom says, okay, I'm going to start rolling right now. She says, okay. She says, you've been rolling for 30 minutes because he last texted her. She texted at 8:35 and then at 8:41, which is not 30 minutes. That's like 6 minutes. She says, you've been rolling for 30 minutes. Dom says, pretty much. Wood was being R word. She says, are you still rolling? How long are you going to take? Dom says, I'm about to be at your house. He says, here. She says, KK. Then she sends an audio message. She says, LOL, oops. Dom says, do you have any papers by chance? She says, no. Then Dom sends another audio message. He says, damn, hopefully this doesn't have a hole. He's talking about the joint. So he ends up going over there. Good call, Melly. I think I missed it. Kenzie lied about not having food at her house. She just didn't like the food at her house. She would have Dom get her what she wants. There's no food at your house, yet your mom has a daycare. She was always trying to make him feel bad for her. Like, why is that Dom's problem? You know? She says, damn, hopefully this doesn't have a hole. Then the next morning, she says at 6:54 a.m., good morning, my little baby. She sends an audio message. He says, good morning, babe. I love you. Sends an audio message back. He says, how is school, babe? She says, I'm home now. Me and Kendra are about to smoke a little blunt. Dom says, nice. She says, how come any time I roll a blunt, it canoes? Like, how the F do you even fix that or make it canoe? Because it's honestly annoying as shit. Like, I for real waste so much bud because of this. Or I don't get high from the blunt. It for real just makes me so mad. And then, of course, you take a long time to answer too. It's only 11:27 a.m. Dom says, I answered in 4 minutes. LOL, my bad. I was reading. I don't like to let my phone interrupt me. Yeah, maybe you're not breaking up the bud right. If it's not broken up evenly, it won't burn evenly. Kenzie said, well, we just smoked it out the bong. Dom says, also, I can get you a little joint roller like mine, and you can use it for blunts, joints, or whatever. I'll literally go today. LOL. She says, yeah, I don't know. That would be nice. He says, I'll show you how to roll too. She says, even with joints, I swear it canoes. He says, use a grinder. What kind of papers do you use? She says, I don't have any. He says, well, when you do rolled joints, what kind of paper? And does it canoe when you hit it or Kendra? Because when people hit it, they make it canoe. I think she made that with mine. She did that with mine. She says, I don't know, to be honest. Dom says, it's probably how she's hitting it. Kenzie said, how is she hitting it? Dom said, try rolling one and smoking without her. Kenzie said, LMAO. He says, or maybe squeezing it. She says, I don't know. Dom said, it's probably Kendra hitting it or squeezing it. That's most likely the culprit. Kenzie says, probably a mix between both. He says, no, Kizzy. She says, about to go to school. He says, okay. He says, I'm about to shower and probably link up with my homie. She says, babe. She sends him a little, I want to kiss you all over picture. He says, okay. She says, babe. He says, what, babe? She says, I'm coming soon. He says, do you want to go out to eat or go on a little drive? Either way, we're getting good food. She says, both. I'm starving. Dom says, drive or out to eat? Drive, we might get food quicker. Kenzie says, both. Dom said, and less expensive. Kenzie says, drive where though? She says, just talk in person. Hold on. Dom says, to get food? She says, honestly, you pick. I'm excited for whatever. She says, I want to get food with you, babe, and have a nice time. And that was at 2:24 p.m. He's so considerate. He's like, I'll get you a little joint roller. He's like, I'll help you. My goodness, she finds a reason to be pissed about everything and anything. Very true. On a phone call with your parents, she tells them, the boys in here love me. No, no one loves her except Natalie Shirilla. She says, I want to get food with babe and have a nice time at 2:24 p.m. Then at 5:27, she says, I think you need to tell your friends when it's okay to talk or not because you look at it and just tell that little bitch to shut the F up. Yeah, this is how quick she snaps. 2:24 to 5:27. And she's over here going off. Yeah. She's like, you tell that little B to shut the F up. Okay. She says, call clearly. If I didn't answer the first 8 times, I don't want to talk. She says, yeah, I guess you were right about me going because this isn't good for a long-term relationship, you know? Dom is like, what? He's like, what, babe? Question mark. I was right about what? She says, you were the one who told me I should have leave and not come. Dom says, well, yeah, because you were just going to shoot a gun real quick and dip. I said, you can stay here. I can take you home or you can come. I just didn't want it to be a big deal. She says, okay, cool. Go shooting. Dom says, I won't go if you're going to be more mad. She says, I don't care. You already messed up. So he's trying to do something and she's creating a fight so that he doesn't go or it ruins his experience. Dom says, how did I mess this up, babe? Kenzie says, I mean, it's already bad for our long-term relationship, so who cares? Dom says, what is? She says, well, that's that's Isaiah need to tell me. He had to say Kenzie 85 times just to tell me that. Like, just go effing shooting already. You made a big effing deal. Dom says, okay, I'm sorry, babe. That was at 5:43 p.m. Then he says, hey, babe, at 10 o'clock p.m. He says, babe, I hate fighting. I love you. She says, I don't want to fight either, but you say sorry and then you do the same thing like a day later. God, I can't stand her here. He ain't doing shit. It's all you, Kenzie. Yep, I know. So sad. Can you imagine if this was your relationship? She says, like a day later. Just stop doing shit like that and we will start fighting because obviously I don't want to be fighting 24/7. She says, and you waited till 9 o'clock to text me. Like I am obviously sleeping then. Oh, oh, I get it now. Okay, I missed that. He says, "Babe, I hate fighting. I love you." And that was at 9:57 PM. Then she says, "I don't want to fight either, but you say sorry and then do the same thing a day later." Now it's 6 in the morning. She says, "Just stop fighting, doing shit like that and start fighting because obviously I don't want to be fighting 24/7. And you waited till 9 o'clock to text me like I'm obviously sleeping then." She says, "I love you too, babe. Me, Gabby, Morgan, and Ryan Ward all just pulled up to the donuts in the pulp area at the exact time." Like, at the exact time. That was at 7:34 AM. Then she says, like, "Hell no, I need to get the F out of here." Dom said, "What was I doing, babe? I was really just trying not to argue. My new thing is I'm done arguing with anyone. You can't win an argument." Kenzie said, "Whatever that means." She says, "Did you not read what I said?" Dom said, "What? The Gabby thing? Yeah, that's weird that Ryan was there too." She says, "I don't want to go to school today." Dom says, "You're so close to spring break, babe. Just finish strong. Then it's the fourth quarter. Lazy attack." Quarter, not attack. Oh, he did a typo. She says, "Obviously, it's the fourth quarter. I feel like shit. I don't want to go." Dom says, "Oh, because you're sick?" She says, "No, I've been angry this weekend." So she doesn't want to go to school because Melly falling into character is always funny. She doesn't want to go to school because she was angry. She never wanted to go to school. This isn't just like a one-time thing. She says, "No, I've been angry since this weekend." Learn how to spell, Kenzie. She says, "And now I'm having cramps and I just don't really feel good. Like I just go to school and sit there." Well, I thought that's what we're supposed to do. Go to school, sit there and learn. She says, "Like, my English teacher is fat and gross. Do you think I wanna learn from her if she can't even explain things right? And in Plato, I just sit on my phone the whole time. And in government, it's government. I don't even think I'm failing that class." Dom says, "What can you get done in Plato?" He says, "I'm driving on the highway and I seen a semi pulled over." Kenzie says, "I have to take a biology test. Other than that, I have 2 maths and I'm going to pay someone to do them." "I do not do math," she says. "Honestly, I just don't do school. Whoever invented school is a piece of shit." Yeah, she just sits on her phone. Boo-hoo, that's feminism. Sometimes she just needs to agree to disagree, right? Yeah, and it shows. Melanie, is that how you sound in school? No, I was a good student. I liked school. I showed up. I excelled. I was a smart little cookie. She says, "Honestly, whoever invented schools and the education system is a piece of shit." Dom says, "People need some form of education. Thank you, Dom." She says, "Not this bullshit. We've been doing poems since August." Dom says, "I like poems, to be honest, but that's not you. So you shouldn't have to learn it. I get it." Kenzie said, "And these poems are like about history. It's literally like a history English class." Dom says, Is that class mandatory?" He said, "That's so weird." She says, "Yeah, that's just our English class." She says, "I'm skipping today." He says, "Nice." Then he says, "What are you gonna do?" He says, "I'm in West Salem." She says, "Oh my God, why? Where even is that? LMAO. I'm just laying down. I have the worst cramps ever. It hurts so bad." She says, "What are you doing over there, babe?" He said, "Got some fire weed." She says, "Wanna come here?" He says, "Actually, I need to get food though. I had no breakfast." She says, "I'm hungry too." He says, "What you wanna get?" She says, "I don't know." He says, "I'm here, babe." That was at 1:39 PM. Then it jumps to 6:46 PM, and she says, "Bruh, what are you doing, babes?" He says, "On the way home, babes." She says, "Babe, come over soon." Dom says, "Are you still up?" He says, "I hope you didn't still need help with an outfit." He says, "I'm sure it looks great though, because you're beautiful." He says, "Why didn't she freaks out about her outfits." They fight about it all the time. He says, I hope you still didn't need help with an outfit. I'm sure it looks great though, because you're beautiful. What a good boyfriend. She says, why didn't you come over, babe? At 7:47 a.m. Dom says it was 10:30 and you were asleep. She says, do you want to smoke a backwood after school? Dom says, after Polaris or after school? She says, well, you didn't text me what time. After Polaris. We can go on a boon. She says, I'm stressed the out. Dom says, I just woke up, but I'll roll you one. She says, can Kendra come or should I tell her no? Dom says, I'm too tired to smoke one right now. Kenzie says, it's not fun if it's not with you, babe. I only want to if it's with you. She says, babe. Dom says, I can hit a little, maybe. She says, babe, I want to smoke with you. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to roll it. Dom says, what? If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to roll it. Dom says, if I hit it, I can't smoke a lot. He says, I worded that wrong. I can hit it, but I can't smoke a lot. He says, also, what are you stressed about? Also, do you want me to roll it? Let me know right now so I can shower real quick. She says, yeah, I want you to roll it, but I want you to smoke with me too. She says, I just have weird anxiety. I don't know. Then sends a voice message. He says, I said I can hit it, babe. I just can't smoke a lot. He sends an audio message back. Dude, like he doesn't want to smoke. Why are you making him smoke? When is her turn to be loving and nice towards him? Never. It won't happen. Sorry, Carolina. Carolina's like, do we ever see 1 minute in time? No, we do not. She says, okay, so do you want to go on a boon? Does she not understand English? He says, if we got time. She says, babe. Dom says, I'm about to get in the shower in a sec. She says, okay, me and Kendra get to my house at like 11. He says, okay. She says, on the way home. He said, just got out of the shower. She says, about to be home. You want to get us? He says, why? She says, what do you mean? Aren't we smoking? He says, yeah. I thought you had a ride on the way back. She says, do you want us to come to your house? He says, because I don't even got it rolled. She said, then you can just drive us to school. Why do you wait till I'm home till you tell me this? He says, you waited till you were home. What do you mean? He says, I texted you. Kenzie says, just let me know when you're ready. We're just going to be waiting. How long do you think we have to wait, babes? Dom says, I don't know. I can't find my backwoods. She says, okay, I just don't roll the wood. Dom says, I'm already breaking the bud. Kenzie says, well, then why are you telling me you can't find the backwoods? Dom says, because I can't. I couldn't find them yesterday. She says, then why did you tell me you could have rolled woods? Dom says, because I didn't think of it, babe. This one pack might have one in it. She said, so what's the plan? Dom says, I found a wood. She says, okay, bet. She says, how long do you think? And do you want to drive us to school or do you want my mom to? Dom says, I don't care. She says, if you don't care, then you just want to. It's okay if you want my mom to. And you didn't just answer my question, LOL. Dom says, here. She says, when the F are you going to learn? Like, seriously, tell me when. Because you just wasted my time and stressed me the fuck out for no reason. Why you got to do this shit to me? Like, you could have said it was okay. Like, you could have been nice about it. Dom says, sorry, babe, love you. And said it's okay about what? The backwood? She says, like, you didn't even have to yell at me and then go 90 miles an hour. Like, you could have just told me nicely. This is an interesting text right now. She says, you didn't have to yell at me and then go 90 miles per hour. Because they were both like, this is making me think of the previous two highway situations and all of that. We'll get back to this. She says, like, you could have just told me nicely. Like, you really embarrassed the shit out of me for no reason. And you were mean to me for no reason. Dom says, babe, you got mad at me. Kenzie says, and now I can't effing pick if I want to go to school or not. Dom says, babe, that's not my fault that you can't pick. And I did say it's okay, but you literally got mad because I wanted the cherry off my seat. Like that's gonna make someone tweak. Like you literally get mad at me for the littlest things, babe. Think about it. You're mad because I got mad and then I have to fix it. Because he says, no, your tone actually and how you talk to me. Dom says, my tone was what? Mad? You got mad because I got mad. Because I was worried about burning a hole in my seat. Like you get mad at me when I don't text back in 5 minutes sometimes. I let that go. Like emotions are meant to be expressed. But if they are not reasonable, like me getting mad over a lady driving slow or something that's dumb, I stop being mad over stupid shit. Kenzie says, whatever. I'm at school now. I'm only going one period. Dom says, you got to understand though, babe. Kenzie sends an emoji. He says, what, babe? She says, I don't like to fight, but you've been mean. Dom says, you really don't understand where I'm coming from. He says, what are you doing today? You want to go get furniture? She says, do you want to just come here first? He says, yeah. Can I wait till Jared leaves? He says, babe. Kenzie says, what? He says, can I wait till Jared leaves? Then I'll come over. She says, yeah, obviously I'm not going to make you tell him to leave. She says, how long? He says, I don't know. We're hitting dabs. I'll see you soon. And that's the end of March. Holy balls. Holy balls. What do we think? What do we think? That dress she wore to graduation was insane. Dabs. She's being a hoe now. I was in time crunch, or I may have taken a detour. I wanted to drive progress. Don't start with the tone, Kenzie. She needs a bedazzled, pretty white straight jacket. Interesting, isn't it? There's instances where Dom, she claims that he tried to take her life. He claims that she had done it before, but she's the one who drove the car into the brick building. So, my question to you guys is, and this could be a conversation on the members only, is do we think that is a factor in any of this? Because that is what she's going to try to use on her appeal, that there are prior instances where he did threaten to take her life and he was also toxic and Dom was a rug dealer and Dom was this, Dom was that, vilifying the victim, right? Lots to process and yes, very draining and exhausting. Well sung by It's Laura. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here for the ride. We've already been through it a couple times. It's nice to have new opinions and minds on it. She wants him to buy her something. She wanted him to bow down to her, and nothing he said or did was ever good for her. And we also learned today that there was some issues with Dom, right? And perhaps his childhood, question mark, his growing up, question mark. I don't know. I don't know about that. I can't really speak on it other than what we're seeing here in these text messages. How you become a member. There's a link, and then you can also go to my main channel page and go to membership. I appreciate that. Now she isn't going anywhere. It's toxic on both ends, but I think he was too kind to be as hateful as her. That was a lot, Melly. Thank you so much for making that listenable and carry Dom's message. Melly, please do a live. Okay. Yeah. We can maybe do that on like review it. Okay, let's review it. I'll schedule it. He is dead. She killed him, period. Thank you, JR. Thank you. I am not saying that he did anything. I actually could empathize with Dom. I actually can see why someone would be in a dark place from being in a relationship like this. I'm late, but I'm going to listen. Thank you, Nini. Appreciate you. An appeal is not renegotiating the facts of the case. It's about court error. She's not getting an appeal. Thank you, Mal. Her mama also is a registered nurse who works 12 to 14 hours, no food. I thought she was a daycare lady. Hope all her mistakes are highlighted this time if she appeals. Very crazy. Very crazy text, right? And this is just March of 2021, babes. We still got all of 2021 to go. And it's very similar. Dom had no control of what happened that night, 100% Kenzie's. This was a long ass live too. Kenzie's fault. She could have stepped on those brakes at any time and didn't. Ooh, I'm gonna do a really good live, you guys. There's a lot I wanna talk about. I'll schedule it for tomorrow, maybe before the text reading. There's a lot of theories I've been seeing, a lot of ideas, a lot of extra stuff. We need to have a conversation. I'm not gonna do it in this live because we're already almost 5 hours in. Shout out to you guys. Her mom is not a nurse. No, I think Natalie, she owned a daycare, and now I don't know what she does with her life, to be honest. Lots more to go. Yeah, you guys haven't even really seen the parts where they're, like, threatening each other real bad. Do you think this is bad? It gets real bad. Can he do anything right? No. It makes me sad. It does. Have you said big balls? What? Carolina says I'm 10 minutes behind. Okay, anyways, shout out to you guys. Long live 5 hours ago. Wow. We did 5 hours of text reading. Period. Period. Good night. Thank you. Yes, good night, Boomer. Thanks for being here. Glenda, Carolina, Angel, Care Bear, ATS. Did I say Carolina? Lakeside. Her mom is not a nurse. Nini, thanks everyone for being here. Everyone who's watching from the bushes and listening. Please, please, please. Are you Barbie? Thank you for being here. You're killing it, Melly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know some people probably think I'm a little psycho for reading these again. This will be my 3rd time reading through these. Who else has done that? Question mark, question mark, question mark? On live too. I haven't even done any pre-records, but I can't do it without you guys. It's important to have everyone's perspective and opinion. And I think it's important to continue to get these out there so people can really see what was going on, right? Because the documentaries and stuff only point out certain things. They left some things out. And family members will say what they will have to say, right? And I mean that respectfully. So I think it's nice for all of us who come from a lot of walks of life to go through these and form our own opinion and see the bigger picture. So shout out to the mods that were here the whole time. This is my 3rd ton as well. I see things I miss each time, right, Angel? I feel the same. I feel like we catch new things all the time. Oh, and remember, if you guys didn't see the first text message that I showed when we first started, I'm going to show it again right before we leave because this was important. So this is I showed like right at the very beginning. This was in the 2020 text. So they are on the playlist. You can go find it. I don't know which one, which like video. Probably in it would be February of 2020. So you can go back to that video and read this. But Millie Babe, you can't leave us now. Hey, Gold Digger. Okay, so this was from February 18th of 2020. And I showed you guys at the very beginning because Kenzie was talking to Dom. She was texting him and she was like, I keep having these dreams. She kept having these like reoccurring dreams. And she wakes up on February 18th and she says, oh, like I had a dream again last night. And Dom was like, what was it about? And she was like, it's the same one I keep having. And he was like, tell me about it. And she says, every couple of nights, I dream about me getting picked up in a helicopter. It's weird. And I'm looking for more text messages like this. You know, she says, I always have weird signs in my dreams. She was dreaming about her getting picked up in a helicopter. And 2 years later, that's exactly what happened at the fatal crash. She got life flighted. She got picked up by the helicopter, not Dom. Very eerie. Very eerie. This one gave me chills. Yeah, I know, me too. I think the universe was trying to tell Dom to get the hell out too. Damn, Kenzie manifested the crash. I wonder if she even remembers this. That's a good question. Yeah, she was airlifted. I know. That's why I was like freaking out about this message. Eerie or premeditated. That's a good question too. I guess you guys let me know. Anyways, shout out to you guys for being here. Thank you to everyone who donated and became a member. Definitely become a member. We're going to be doing like the reason why I'm doing a Kenzie members only is because I don't want to start drama, but I want to talk about some things that we could probably debate. Christy, PG, MS, Lindy, beautifully broken, PG for gifting, beautifully broken for gifting again. I appreciate you. Anna, Scarlett, Evie, Chucks, and Boss Lady. You are the best. Shout out to you guys for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please make sure you hype and tap that hype button and the like button on your way out after the live. We'll choose the witch so it checks facts. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow for more Kenzie content. Have a good night, guys. Long live. Appreciate it.